It all starts with the birth of Minato Namika's and Kushina Uzumaki's child. They're very happy and named him Naruto, but not everything is so good. The newly became parents were attacked and their little child was taken away. The Hokage saw that it was a guy of about 20 years old and he had unusual eyes. He had only seen such in books. Rinnegan. The guy called himself Pain and ordered the Hokage to hand over the nine-tailed fox or the child would die. Minato decided to take Naruto quickly and he succeeded, but he left Kushina alone and at that time the nine-tailed demon fox got out and began to destroy Konoha. Kushina asked to seal the fox in her, but Minato could not do this because his beloved wife would die. The fox had to be sealed in Naruto. The fourth Hokage began to fold the seals and then Hiruzen Sarutobi. At the same time the third Hokage appeared and said that it would be better for him to seal, since he was old and it was time to retire. Minato agreed. When the fox was sealed in little Naruto, Minato was shocked. The child's hair darkened like a raven and the chakra became a little darker. The Hokage was afraid that the child had been possessed by a nine-tailed demon and handed him over to an orphanage under the name Naruto Uzumaki, and told Kushina that he had died during the sealing and had to be sealed into some orphan. Kushina, after hearing this, fell into depression and did not want to live anymore, but Minato calmed her down and said that everything would be fine. 5 years later. A little boy with blue eyes like the sky and black hair like a raven, oh yeah, he doesn't have 3 stripes on his face, was walking through the village. He walked and thought, why do I live in this world? I have no one, no family, no friends. The boy thought with a sad face. Maybe die. No, then they'll think I'm some kind of weakling. The guy looked at the Hokage's faces with a serious look. Naruto didn't notice under his thoughts and collided with a shinobi, and realized that he was in trouble. Oh, this shinobi is dead drunk and with 2 more friends, and they're no better than him in condition. The shinobi spoke. Ooh, look who we have here, little demon, what luck, now we will quickly teach you a lesson for your family. Yeah, guys, the man screamed stutteringly. Judging by his state, one could tell that he was very drunk. Of course, bro, we'll beat him up real quick now. The shinobi said with even more enthusiasm. Ahaha, now I will avenge my family, you bastard. Beat this bastard. The shinobi dragged him into an alley and began to mock the 5-year-old child. They beat him almost to death, and he passed out. Naruto's thoughts. Why is this happening to me? Why? The boy thought, not understanding, since he had been beaten since birth. I didn't do anything bad. Maybe it's for the best, they'll beat me to death, and I won't suffer anymore. The guy thought with a smile, which made the shinobi start beating the boy even more. A guy in a mask appeared out of nowhere and said, Ah, you faggots, what are you doing to a child? The masked guy shouted at the top of his voice. His appearance was very frightening, but the drunk shinobi was not afraid of it at all. He's a demon. He deserves nothing but death. The first shinobi shouted, which almost made him forget about the Anbu, as they could hear everything and take him to prison. And who are you? Get the hell out of here, or we'll kill you too. The drunkest shinobi was no longer afraid of anything, not even his own death. He wanted to revenge all his relatives. So you'll kill me? I'll disappoint you, you're already corpses. The mask wearer said with great anger. Sharingan appeared under the mask, and the shinobi fell under the effect of genjutsu. The unknown person took the child in his arms and disappeared into the funnel. Meanwhile at the Hokage residence, Minato Namika's was calmly sorting through the accumulated papers. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, and then an Anbu in a bear mask flew in. The Hokage was immediately wary of such actions of the Anbu, because they were always very quiet. Hokage-sama, the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed beast, has disappeared. The Anbu said in a frightened voice, since the disappearance of the Jinchuriki could greatly anger the Hokage. The Hokage was shocked that a 5-year-old child could disappear under the supervision of Anbu. What? How did he disappear? Were you looking for him? The blonde shouted angrily. He was filled with anger. Yes, Hokage-sama, we checked the entire village and beyond. It was as if he had disappeared. The guy said in a quiet voice. He was very worried that he would be punished for this offense. Minato was furious after hearing this. Where could Naruto have disappeared to? He couldn't forgive himself for giving him to the orphanage, and now he disappeared. What kind of Hokage am I, especially a father? You were following him. The village chief shouted even louder. He was simply seething with anger. The masked Anbu hesitated and only muttered something. Or not, the blonde said very coldly. He was alarmed by the behavior of the Anbu fighter. I was watching him, I left for a couple of minutes and that was it. And then he disappeared, muttered the Anbu fighter. The Hokage immediately noticed something was wrong. Minato would not be the Hokage if he did not understand that he was lying. And he got very angry. Dog, take this scum and throw him in jail, then Abiki will deal with him. He shouted at the top of his voice, so loud that even behind the door there were his screams, and the secretary could not find a place for herself. An Anbu in a dog mask appeared and said, "Yes, Hokage-sama." After these words he disappeared into Shunshin. Dog had never seen the Hokage so angry, and quickly got out of the office. Minato's thoughts. Naruto, where are you? What kind of father am I? Minato covered his face with his hands and sat down on the chair. He didn't know what to do, since a lot had fallen on his head in a couple of minutes. Where can I find you? How I regret that I gave you to the orphanage. You are better at controlling the nine-tailed beast than Kushina. He looked sadly at the photo of Kushina, which stood on the Hokage's desk. There's a knock at the door. Come in, he said sullenly. His mood was simply disgusting, and he brought someone, and the one who came made the blonde shudder. Kushina Uzumaki entered the office with her daughter in her arms. Her name is Amy Uzumaki, she is 2 years old. Kushina noticed the state her husband was in, and it was not like him. Even after work he was not like this. What happened, honey? The woman said worriedly. She was a little tense, because her beloved looked like he had been smashed face down on the ground. It's okay, honey, everything's fine, he said as convincingly as possible, and with a forced smile, but it didn't hide behind Kushina's gaze. Come on, tell me, or are you hiding something from me? The woman shouted. She didn't like it when people hid something from her. No, it's just that the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed has disappeared. The man said very sadly, clenching his fists in anger. What? But how? They must be watching him anyway. The woman said excitedly. She was shocked. How could the village's Jinchuriki disappear? The one who was following him is already in prison. Okay, dear, let's go home. You're very tired, and the Jinchuriki will definitely be found. Kushina said as cheerfully as possible. She wanted to cheer up her husband a little. Yes, dear, I really hope so. Let's go, the Hokage said a little more cheerfully, after which everyone went home together. In Naruto's subconscious. Where am I? Am I dead? He said into the void. There was water and walls around. It looked like a sewer. Is anyone there? Hey, the boy shouted, causing an echo to be heard throughout the corridors. He heard a rustling sound behind him, turned around and saw a healthy cage. Stop yelling, kid, your head hurts already, and now you. A strong voice shouted, like some kind of giant, after which the boy turned towards the voice. Naruto was taken aback by what he saw. Oh, excuse me, you are the nine-tailed Kyuubi yourself, am I right? The boy said with interest in his eyes. He was very impressed by the size of the fox. Naruto was very smart at 5 years old, as he always hung out in the library. It was the only place where he was not beaten. Kurama was shocked that someone asked him for forgiveness. Well, yes, the great nine-tailed fox demon. Fear me? Kurama shouted at the top of his voice, but it didn't affect the boy, but he looked at the fox with surprise. Wow, looks like I died. I didn't expect to see the strongest and smartest of all the tailed ones. The boy shouted joyfully, that from such words, Kurama blushed. No one had ever said that to him, except for his father, and he felt very pleased. Hey, kid, aren't you afraid of me? The fox asked him with interest. He was surprised. A simple 5-year-old boy wasn't afraid of him, when strong shinobi almost put bricks in their pants at his sight. Should I? The boy said, confused, and it was clear in his eyes that he wasn't afraid of him at all. But I am the demon fox, who attacked Konoha and almost destroyed it. Kurama said with even greater surprise. He did not understand this little man. I don't think so. You are very kind to me, and you talk to me, not like those people. I would call them demons, and not you, Kyuubi-san. And also, you attacked Konoha not of your own free will. I heard what people said. At the time of the attack, your eyes were different, and I assumed that you were under control. Am I right? The kid said in a confident tone. Kurama was simply in shock. He was the first one to call him Kyuubi-san, and he also guessed that I was under someone's control. Well, yeah, I was under someone's control. And you're very smart for your 5 years old. The fox said, still not recovering from his surprise. Thank you. Kyubi-san, what is your name? After all, Kyubi is a nickname, am I right? My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said with a smile. He was very interested to know the name of his interlocutor. Kurama was simply delighted that he had such a Jinchuriki, because no one asked his name like a normal interlocutor. He even remembered father's words that someone would come and save all the tailed beasts and become their friend. Ahaha. Okay kid, my name is Kurama, nice to meet you. The fox said with a smile, but it looked like some kind of grin. Nice to meet you, Kurama-san. The brunette said with a smile. He was very happy to make his first friend. Naruto, let's do without these. San, we are friends. Kurama said with a grin. He also became a little happy. He didn't have any friends yet. Got it, Kurama. Kurama, where am I now? Am I dead? The boy said with confusion, because he remembered that he was beaten half to death, and children do not survive such injuries. No, idiot, you're in your subconscious, you're my Jinchuriki. The fox said laughing. Naruto was shocked by these words. He is the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed. Triple A. Now it's clear why everyone beat me and called me a demon. The brunette said in a sad voice, which made the fox feel offended. Do you hate me now? The fox said fearfully. He didn't want to be hated, or rather, he didn't want this boy to hate him. Of course not. How can I hate my first friend? The boy said in a cheerful voice, which made the fox sigh. Thank you, you are my first friend too. Kurama said with a grin. He was right about the boy after all. So, how do I get out of here? And how did I get here? The guy asked with interest, since he didn't know how to get out of here. You got here because you were beaten very badly, almost killed, but some guy in a mask saved you. And getting out of here is very simple. Think about how you get out of here and that's it. The fox said in a calm voice. He was already very tired. It was not usual to talk so much. Wow, someone saved me. It seems like someone cares about me. Okay, I'm going, my friend. The boy said happily. Kurama. Looks like it. Bye, friend. The fox said with a smile. After that, Naruto woke up in a dark place on his bed. Where am I? What's wrong with me? The brunette thought with interest. He was a little surprised that he didn't see the usual white ceiling in the hospital. It looks like some kind of cave. We need to get out of here. He tried to get up, but everything hurt from the pain and he collapsed back. Don't strain yourself, you are very badly injured, you need rest. Someone's voice was heard. The guy turned around and saw. Who are you? Where am I? The boy shouted in fear. He was afraid to find himself in an unfamiliar place. End of Chapter 1. Commentary on Chapter 1 Prologue and the Abduction. Rewritten. Chapter 2 Father and Teacher. Chapter 2. Who are you? Where am I? The boy said with fear in his voice. He was frightened by the voice of a stranger. I won't hurt you, calm down. The unknown man said coming out of the shadows. When he came out the guy saw an old man, but he understood perfectly well who it was. Naruto had seen him in books. My name is Uchiha Madara. Hello, grandson, the old man said with a smile, which almost made Naruto faint. What nonsense, what Uchiha Madara? He died a long time ago, and also his grandson. No, it seems I died. I didn't have long to live, thought the shocked boy, who he expected to see, but Uchiha Madara himself. But why is Kurama alive? He should also die. This is all strange. The guy thought with a surprised face. He did not understand anything. No, you're alive. You were saved, but why Madara is alive, I myself don't understand. And the fact that you are his grandson is quite possible, since I checked your body and noticed a lot of Uchiha genes. A voice sounded in the boy's head. The fox had already checked the boy's body from head to toe. Wow, I am the grandson of Uchiha Madara himself. The guy thought, but he still had doubts about it. Stop, and why? I can hear you and communicate, Kurama. The brunette thought in surprise. He didn't know much about his Jinchuriki abilities. You are my Jinchuriki and everyone can do this. If anything, ask. Okay, thank you. Stop. What grandson? You died a long time ago, then what? The guy said with a misunderstanding, which made the old man just laugh. Ahaha, as you can see, I'm alive, and the fact that you're my grandson is true, on my mother's side. So you can call me Grandpa. The old man said with a smile, which was very unusual for him. Naruto was shocked. He was the grandson of Uchiha Madara, the god of shinobi, himself. Grandpa, can I ask you something? The boy said with some doubt. He doubted that he would tell everything. Of course, grandson, ask whatever you want. Madara said with interest. He was interested in what the boy would say, but he guessed what exactly. Who are my parents? Naruto asked with a confident look. He was very interested in this, and then the person who could tell him everything appeared. A deathly silence filled the room after these words. The nine-tailed one really hoped that he wouldn't ask exactly this, but it's a pity. I hope he doesn't go down a dark path, thought the fox, because he had found someone he could trust. Okay, I'll tell you, listen carefully. The old man said with a sad voice. He didn't want to tell the whole truth right now. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, and your father, Minato Namikaze. The room was completely silent again. Everyone was thinking about something of their own. I wonder what he'll do now. Will he take the path of revenge, or leave everything as is? I hope he won't take the same path as me. The old man looked at the boy with a thoughtful gaze. Oh, you're a bitch. Madara, you couldn't have said this a little later. When he grows up, why kill the child's psyche, but he has the right to know. Thought the fox. He hoped that the kid wouldn't do anything. Meanwhile, Naruto let go of his head and thought about something for a long time. I, the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, the bloody habanero. The boy thought about the old man's words. He did not understand one thing. But why? I'm not with them, they're alive, what's going on? The brunette thought with confusion. What was the reason for his living in the orphanage? After a moment of silence, Naruto said, Grandpa, why did they abandon me? The boy said with sadness and interest. It was very painful for him to talk about it, but his interest overcame everything. It was Minato who abandoned you, not Kushina. She thinks that you died when the nine-tailed beast was sealed. Because Minato told her so, and he himself handed you over to the orphanage. It seems that he was afraid of you, because your hair turned dark and your chakra was a little bit. The old man said in a confident voice. He was not going to lie to his grandson. I didn't think Minato was such a coward, Madara said with anger in his voice. It made him very angry. Naruto thought again. So, what are you going to do now? Do you want to take revenge on Konoha and your father for everything? Madara asked with interest. He was impatiently waiting for his grandson's answer. I see, he's testing the kid. I wonder what he'll answer. Thought the fox. He was also very interested. No. Even though I was thrown away like a broken toy, I will not take revenge. The guy said confidently. After these words, the old man had a smile on his face. I will live as before, even though the village is full of demons, but it is beautiful and my home, the boy said with a strained smile. Kurama and Madara. Phew, I got away with it. Hey, I wasn't wrong in my choice to become his friend, the fox thought with a grin. So that's how it is. He didn't go down the path of revenge. That's great. I'll help him as much as I can and try to give him the love he needs so much. Madara thought with a smile. He was very happy for his grandson. After all, now I have a grandfather, and a best friend. The guy said with a smile, which made the old man confused, where he had already found a friend here. A friend? Who is he? The old man asked with interest. This is Kurama, he said and put his hand on his stomach. Oh. You became friends with the nine-tailed beast. Madara said in surprise. He did not expect that the little boy would become friends with the most evil, Biju. Yeah, he's very kind, not like those people in the village. And yes, he's Kurama, not the nine-tailed demon. The guy said discontentedly. He didn't really like being called demon. Okay, but can I talk to him? Of course, the guy said with a smile. After which Madara activated the Sharingan and looked into Naruto's eyes. In Naruto's subconscious. They stood in front of the cage, and behind the cage was the nine-tailed one. And again silence. Madara, why the hell did you come here, and even shine your eyes here? Kurama shouted with great anger, since the most hated person stood in front of him. Madara just knelt down and said, Forgive me, Fox, that is, Kurama. I walked along a dark path, and did not see anything around on the path of revenge. And I also subjugated you to my will. I am very sorry. Please forgive me, at least you. With a very sad face said, god of shinobi. Kurama thought that it was a dream. At first the boy treated him like a normal interlocutor and became a friend. And then Madara Uchiha himself is on his knees and asking for forgiveness for his sins. Kurama thought about something for a long time and, I see you've been pretty battered by life. Okay, I forgive you, you have a great grandson. The fox said with a grin, his grandson is a good person. Thank you. And for the grandson, I am very happy myself. The old man said with a smile, he was very glad that the fox forgave him, and his soul felt even lighter. Okay, now get out of here and don't disturb my sleep. The owner of his cage shouted loudly, and threw everyone out of the subconscious. In the room. Grandpa, how can I get back to Konoha? They'll look for me, I'm a Jinchuriki. There's definitely an alarm there. The grandson asked his grandfather in an anxious voice. Don't be afraid. Time will pass and they will forget. Now you will live with me and my student. Also, I will teach you techniques and everything that I know. The old man said calmly, he had to teach his grandson everything. After these words, Naruto became very happy. Hooray! Wait, where's your student? Will you introduce him? The kid asked with interest, and a man from the crater appeared out of nowhere. He was wearing an orange mask. Hello, I am Uchiha Obito. The guy said, taking off his mask, and under the mask was a damaged face, or rather its right side. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you. The brunette shouted with joy in his voice, as he made another friend. And I am very pleased, Uzumaki Naruto. The older brunette answered with a smile. Naruto, it was he who saved you from death. Also, he will teach you while I am busy. Madara said in a calm voice, and Obito only nodded. Wow, thank you very much. You're welcome. I'll train you and you'll be the strongest, said the guy with a 32 smile. He was very similar to Naruto himself when he was cheerful, but he was very battered by life, before he could only be seen joyful in the noodle house, with old man Chuki. Cool. When are the training sessions? The guy really wanted to start training. First, recover, it won't take long. You are Uzumaki and the Jinchuriki of the strongest of the tailed beasts. The old man said calmly, then added, we'll start tomorrow. Okay, Grandpa. 5 years have passed. A young man of about 10 years old was training at the training ground, with long hair like a raven and a fringe. Well, a copy of his grandfather. His eyes were blue as the sky, but then they immediately changed to bloody red and it was a 3-volume Sharingan. Naruto awakened him when Madara used Genjutsu on him and showed how he was killed before Naruto's eyes. And up to the 3rd volume he developed through training, he trained many techniques, starting from A rank to S rank. He has 3 elements. Fuyuten, wind, Raten, lightning, Katen, fire. He also became a very strong Jonin. Even Obito had a hard time fighting him in taijutsu. He wielded a katana at an excellent level, which was given to him on his 7th birthday. For his 10 years, he is very strong. It's not for nothing that he trained with the god of shinobi himself. He sat down on the training ground and was resting when someone came up, but Naruto knew who it was. He became his teacher and replaced his father. Hello, Grandpa, the guy said without turning around. In 5 years the guy had learned his chakra very well. Hello Naruto, have you finished training yet? The old man asked calmly, sitting down next to his grandson. Yes, just now. What else should I learn? The boy answered with a smile, looking into his grandfather's eyes. Oh, I don't even know anymore. You've learned my entire arsenal, and katana skills. You're at the level of an elite jonin in taijutsu. Madara said thoughtfully, since the guy had already learned everything he knew. Maybe try to call your own summons. Great idea, but who do you want to summon? I don't even know. Naruto, go into the subconscious and tell Madara. Ha, Kurama. Okay now. Grandpa, Kurama wants to say something. Okay, right now. The old man activated the Sharingan and appeared in front of Naruto's cage. Hello, did you want something? The boy asked his friend. Hello, what happened? Madara said in a calm voice. He was very interested to know what the fox was up to. I heard you talking about the summoning. I can sign the fox summoning with you Naruto. Kurama said with a grin. For the first time someone would sign the summoning with him. Oh, cool. I didn't know you had a summon. The guy shouted happily. Hey, I created it myself. And you can go to the foxes in the Kitsune world to learn. The fox said with an arrogant look. He was very proud of his world. Well, sign Naruto, Madara answered after listening to the proposal. To which the guy only replied, "Okay, Grandpa." Meanwhile in Konoha. Right now, all the children were standing in front of the academy and want to enter. Naruto's sister is no exception. Amy Namikaze is 8 years old. She is very happy about this event, and is waiting for when she will become a ninja. She is similar in character to Kushina, and in appearance too, red hair, a smile like her mother, but her eyes are from her father, blue as the sky. She stood with her mother and the Uchiha family. Kushina was Mikoto Uchiha's best friend, and Minato and Fugaku Uchiha were best friends since the academy. The youngest son was also entering the academy today. Sasuke Uchiha. He stood with his older sister Itachi Uchiha, a genius of his clan and a very beautiful girl, about 13 years old, who all the guys were chasing after. But this only irritated her. Everyone listens to the fourth Hokage's speech about the will of fire and thinks about something of their own. When will this end? I'll keep saying this nonsense for so long. So many kids are entering the academy this year. The blonde watched everyone with interest. Oh, there's Kushina with Amy and the Uchihas. Everyone is so happy, especially Amy, but Kushina is kind of depressed. I wish Naruto could be standing with them now and enjoying this moment. Why isn't Naruto with us? He would be happy like Amy right now. It's strange why Minato is so sad. He's always happy at such moments. And looks at me and Amy. Something happened, thought the red-haired woman. She was interested. What's wrong with these two? They're so sad. Their daughter is going to be admitted now, and they look like they're in mourning. Kushina's best friend thought. She noticed their sad faces. I hope everything will be okay with Sasuke, and I'm also worried about Amy. She's become like a little sister to me. The girl thought, looking at the red-haired girl. The fourth Hokage finished his speech and invited everyone to their classes, whichever one they were in. There are 5 classes, B, C, B, A, and S in the S class. Almost all are clan-based and a couple are clanless. Everyone who was in Canon and Amy Namikaze got into the S class. All the children went to their classes, and the parents began to wait for their children and talk. Hey, parents, why are you so sad? Your daughter is entering the academy, and you look like you're in mourning. Mikoto asked with interest. She wanted to know the reason for their behavior. I'm just worried and I'd also like Naruto to study too, but... Kushina said very sadly. After these words Minato's heart ached like never before. What have I done? What a piece of trash I am. The man blamed himself for what happened. So that's it. Yes, I feel very sorry for the baby and Kushina with Minato. The woman thought, and mentally supported them in the grief. Isn't that the name of that boy who disappeared 5 years ago? He's also the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed. It's all strange. The girl thought to herself, because at the very least it was strange. Don't be upset, live for your daughter, said a gloomy Fugaku. He wanted to support them somehow. Yes, dear, don't be sad. Amy will be leaving the academy soon and we need to celebrate, said the blonde, hugging his wife, from which she only answered, yes, dear. That's good. Where are we going to celebrate? Asked the cheerful Mikoto. She liked this proposal. Let's do it at our place. Kushina answered happily. She also really liked it. In the S class. Hello children, I am Iruka-sensei. I will be teaching you for the next 4 years, until you graduate from the academy. The guy with a scar on his face said with a smile on his face. Hello, Iruka-sensei. The children shouted, which almost made Sensei's ears pop. Okay, there won't be any classes today, but you'll all introduce yourself now. Everyone started to stand up and say their name, surname, dreams, hobbies. I won't retell everything. So, next is Amy Namikaze. Here all the guys switched to her, except for Sasuke. He and she have been friends for a long time. She was the only one who didn't run after him, but became normal friends. Okay, teacher, said the girl, then stood up and went to the board. Hello everyone. My name is Amy Namikaze. I have a dream, to become the first female Hokage. And I love many things, especially one person, a hobby, training. And then all the guys are in a stupor. Who is he? They all thought. Okay, sit down. So, next is Uchiha Sasuke. All the girls now switched to the young Uchiha. How they irritate me, the guy thought. Hello, my name is Sasuke Uchiha. My dream is to surpass my older sister and become the head of the Uchiha clan. I love my family and clan, as well as one person. Hobby. Training. So, sit down, said the teacher with a smile, and all the girls thought, who is she? The rest introduced themselves as in the canon. The children ran out into the street to their parents and went home. Well, did everything go well? Minato asked with concern. He was interested in what was happening inside. Yes, Dad, everything is fine. And you, Sasuke, are you happy? The girl asked her younger brother. She was also interested in how the boy was doing. Yes, very much. Thank God that Amy will be in the same class, otherwise I'll go crazy. Everyone laughed and went to the Hokage's house to celebrate. In Naruto's subconscious. That's it, I'm done signing the contract. The guy said seriously, after which he got up from the floor. Okay, now get out of here and you can go to the Kitsune world, said the fox, and threw them out of the subconscious. Madara and Naruto emerged from the subconscious. Are you ready, grandson? The old man said worriedly. He was very worried about him, because he was going to an unknown world. Yes, Grandpa, I'll be there soon. Okay, but no longer than 3 years, understood. Got it, see you later. Bye. Naruto started to form seals and said, reverse summon. He appeared in a huge hall where everything was illuminated and someone from behind said something. Who are you? Someone said in an angry voice. Naruto turned around and saw. End of Chapter 2. Commentary on Chapter 2 Father and Teacher. Rewritten. Chapter 3 The World of Kitsune. Chapter 3. When Naruto turned around he saw a huge fox with 8 tails. Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki. I want to study with you. The guy said in a calm voice. He was a little surprised to meet a huge fox, but he remained calm. Hello, human, my name is Akage. The huge fox said in surprise. He did not understand why the human was not afraid of him. Nice to meet you, Akage-san. The brunette shouted with a smile. I don't understand how you were able to conclude the fox summoning if we don't live in the human world. Akage asked with interest, because really, how could this be? No one lived in the human world. Well, Kurama allowed me to sign a contract with the foxes. The boy answered calmly, which surprised the fox very much. He did not expect to hear the name, Kurama. What, Kurama-sama? Yes, my friend Kurama, is something wrong? The brunette asked with confusion. He did not understand what he said wrong. Friend, kid, do you even know who Kurama-san is? The fox said in disbelief. He thought it was some kind of joke. Well, yes, he is a 9-tailed fox and my best friend. The guy said with a smile, and Akage believed him. I see. And where is Kurama-san, or did he stay in the human world? The fox asked with great interest, since he could find out where their leader was. No, he's with me, I'm his Jinchuriki. After these words the fox got really furious. He thought that he was being held hostage by force. What? You? Our leader is in you. Then out of nowhere he appeared. The great 9-tailed fox. Naruto has long since removed the seal from Kurama's cage, and he can freely go outside. Or take control of the boy's body. Hello, Akage. Long time no see, Kurama said with a grin, which surprised Akage greatly. Hello Kurama-san. It is an honor for me to meet you. The servant bowed his head, because Kurama is the king here, so to speak. Aha, well, thank you. But, Kurama-sama, why are you in this person? You can live freely, right? The fox said with confusion. He's my best friend, and a Jinchuriki. And his name is Naruto, get that into your head. The fox said angrily. He didn't like the way he was treating Naruto. Understood. So, Akage, take us to the elder. The fox said in a calm tone. Kurama wanted to see his old friend. Okay, let's go Kurama-san and Naruto. When they came out of the big room they saw a big forest and behind the forest a huge castle. Foxes were walking around and looking at the new guests. Kurama was the biggest of them all. Akage led them along a concrete path to the castle itself. When they came to the huge door they were blocked by 2 guards with 6 tails. Stop! Who goes there? The guard shouted, causing everyone to stop. Oh, Kurama-sama, is that you? And Akage-san? The second guard said in surprise. He was very surprised to see Kurama-sama here. What is the man doing here? Maybe he is with Kurama-san and Akage-sama is also with him, I wonder. The fox looked with interest at the man who was walking next to the leader. Let us through. The chief wants to talk to the elder. Akage shouted at the guards, who let them through very quickly. Yes. The door opened and everyone went inside. They walked forward for a long time and saw a huge black fox with 8 tails. Who dared to disturb me? The huge fox said, turning his head. He didn't expect to see him here. Well, hello there, buddy. Kurama said, grinning, amused by his old friend's reaction. Ah, Kurama-san, is that you? The black fox said, very surprised. He almost sat down on his hind legs from surprise. Who is this person next to Kurama-sama? Strange. Maybe his friend. No, Kurama-sama never made friends with people. Looking at the person, the old fox thought, it was obvious that he was already old. Yes, it's me. It's been a while, I see you've grown up. Ah, yes, a long time ago. I have become a little stronger, but I am still far from you. Smiling, he came closer to Kurama. No problem, you're already very strong. I brought you a student. Meet my best friend and Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. He pointed with his eyes at the guy standing below. And this is my old friend, Kuro. He pointed with his paw at the black fox. Hello Kuro-san, very pleased to meet you. Hello Naruto. So you are Kurama-sama's Jinchuriki? Kuro asked in surprise. It bothered him a little that their leader was sitting in a human. Yes, we became very close friends. Wow, Kurama-san made friends with a human, so he's very good. I'll have to find out more about him, thought the fox, looking at the guy. He was interested in him. I brought him to you so that he could learn our fox regime and techniques. Okay, Kurama-sama, as you wish. I'll assign him a teacher for these 5 years or train him myself for some time. Stop, I have to go back in 3 years at most. I can't stay here for 5 years. My grandfather is waiting for me. The guy shouted nervously. He didn't want to stay here for 5 years. Don't be afraid Naruto, time moves differently here. In the Kitsune world 5 years will pass, and in yours plus or minus 2 or 3 years. Ah. Well, okay. Then I agree. Good. Akage, call Sora to me. Kuro said in a stern voice, causing the fox to quickly follow the order. Eat. 30 minutes have passed. Did you call Kuro-san? The fox with 5 tails and fur the color of the sky sat down on one knee. Yes. I need you to start training this boy. Pointing his tail at the boy. A human. What is he doing here? And training, too, it's not clear. A person, but why? The fox asked with confusion. He didn't yet know what kind of person it was. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. He is Kurama-sama's best friend. He asked me, but I can't right now. Yes, it's an honor to train Kurama-san's best friend. Sora shouted. He didn't expect that this person was the leader's friend. Okay, you're free. Sora, take Naruto to his house and show him everything here. Then you can start training. Understood. After that Naruto and Sora went to the house where Naruto will live for the next 5 years. Sora showed Naruto the house and the city where Kitsune live. All the foxes looked at Naruto with interest, but they felt that he was a kind person. Good, Naruto, tomorrow we will begin our training. See you. The fox waved his paw and went about his business. Got it. Thank you, Sora-san. The boy waved his hand in response. Ah, he's not bad. Now I understand why he's Kurama-sama's best friend. He's not like other people. The next morning, Naruto was no longer sleeping and was preparing for training. Kurama, it's cool here. Everything is so calm, the guy said in his head. Yes, I love this place. Everyone here is like family to me. The fox supported the guy, because he was right, this world really was very good. So why didn't you live here before, but were always in our world? I have always waited for someone to appear who would become a friend to the tailed beasts. So said my father, the sage of the 6 paths. Ah, I see. So I'm the one who will become a friend to all the tailed ones. Yes, you have already become a friend to me. Someone knocked on the door and Naruto went to open it. Sora-san, hello, are we going to training? Hello Naruto, yes, we are going to train the hermit mode. Okay, I'm ready. Naruto and Sora went to the 5th training ground. There are only 10 of them. When they arrived, Naruto saw a huge training ground. Wow, is this the biggest polygon? The guy said with his mouth open. He was very surprised by the size of the polygon. Well, it's almost like all the other 9 polygons. Clear. Okay, Naruto, let's get started. We foxes have our own personal mode, Kitsune. And I'll teach you how to use it. And what abilities does the Kitsune mode give? Firstly, your appearance will change. And, namely, your eyes will become like ours. Red and with an animal pupil. Then the pigmentation around the eyes will be red. Like in canon, only red. Secondly, you will become 3 times stronger, your reaction will improve and your chakra will become denser, that is, more powerful. Because of this, in this mode, your techniques will be more powerful. And thirdly, it will be easier for you to use our Kitsune sword style with this mode. Then we will learn it too. Is everything clear? Yes, Sora-san, does that mean I will feel that power when Kurama gives me chakra? Exactly. Stop. And why does Kurama-san give you chakra? The fox asked the guy with confusion. Well, I'm his Jinchuriki, and he gave me his chakra a couple of times. The guy answered calmly, he didn't understand what was wrong with that. You, Kurama-san's Jinchuriki. And then a huge fox with 9 tails appeared in the haze. Yes, he is my Jinchuriki and my best friend. So teach him everything you know, please. Of course, Kurama-san. It's an honor for me. Speaking and simultaneously getting down on one knee. Okay, go ahead. So 2 years passed. There were 2 silhouettes standing on the training ground, one small and one large. It was Naruto and Sora. And they were talking about something. Sora-san, I've already learned how to use Kitsune mode perfectly. I didn't think it would take me so long to learn it. Well done. 2 years is not long. It's not for nothing that Kitsune mode is the strongest of all, that's why it's hard to learn. Got it. Thank you for teaching me. You're welcome, now go to Kuro-san and let him teach you everything else, or assign you a new teacher. But why? You are a very good teacher, I want to learn from you. Hey, thank you of course. But I only teach Kitsune mode well, and you need to learn a lot of techniques and swordsmanship. I'm not very good at that as a teacher. I see. Then goodbye, Sora-san. Thank you for everything. Bye Naruto. After that Naruto went to the elder. Naruto walked through the city and greeted everyone. Over these 2 years he became very friendly with the foxes and they with him. Kurama. Oh. Wouldn't you like to stay here? The guy said in his head. Naruto. I slept so soundly. It's so good here that I could stay forever. The fox said in a sleepy voice. Oh, sorry. Are you comfortable now? Yes. Very much. All thanks to you. Flashback. Kurama, get out of here. You've been sleeping here all the time. I'm not disturbing your sleep. The fox said sleepily. But how can you sleep normally here, in this water, darkness and dampness? The guy said with disgust, which later cost him what he said. Ahaha, you just commented on your subconscious. Oh. You. The guy muttered angrily. Naruto approached the sleeping fox and pulled his whiskers. The fox's reaction was not long in coming. What the fuck are you? The fox screamed at the entire subconscious. Ahaha. Okay. Listen, there is one idea. The guy said with a devilish grin. Kurama didn't like it. What have you already decided, little devil? The fox asked with interest. He knew that the boy could do something. Look, Naruto sat on the water in the lotus position. 10 minutes passed and everything went dark. Hey, why the fuck did you turn off the lights? Kurama shouted. He didn't like it very much. Or didn't you pay for the lights? It suddenly became light. Kurama covered his eyes with his paws and saw a beautiful landscape, a lake and mountains. Behind the fox stood a huge tree that hid him from the scorching sun. What did you do? Kurama said in shock. He didn't understand what was happening. Hey, well, now I can sleep normally. I am the master of my subconscious and I can change it as I want. But how? The fox asked with his mouth open. He had never heard of such a thing. Even as a child, I read a book about psychology, and it was written there that any person can change their subconscious. Kurama immediately collapsed under a tree and fell asleep. He only managed to say thank you, friend. You're welcome, friend, the guy said with a smile. End flashback. I don't want to stay here, now that I have a good Jinchuriki. Clear. Meanwhile Naruto was approaching the elder's castle. He went inside and saw a black fox sitting and reading something. Hello, Kuro-san, I've already learned the Kitsune mode. What should I do now? Oh, Naruto. Hello. Well done, you learned how to use it very quickly. Now I will teach you the kitsune sword style. And the techniques with someone else. Okay, when shall we start? Yes, right now. I'm free, let's go to the training ground. I think you'll learn everything in 3 years. There are few geniuses like you. Thank you, Kuro-san. 3 years have passed. There were 3 people standing in the room, discussing something. 2 of them were a huge red fox, and the second was a slightly smaller black fox, but in the middle stood a guy 175 centimeters tall. He looked about 15 years old, with black hair down to his back and blue eyes. Everyone was talking about the boy. Naruto learned Kitsune mode, Kitsune sword mastery, and Kitsune flame during this time. It is 5 times stronger than normal fire and it is black like Amaterasu. He became at the level of Kage, maybe even a little stronger. The foxes are very good masters, and he improved his taijutsu and ninjutsu. They taught him their fire techniques, and some SS plus lightning techniques. Naruto-kun, you learned everything as I expected in 3 years, well done. The black fox said with a smile. He was amazed by the guy's talent. Hey, he's my Jinchuriki, what a genius. Thank you, Kuro-san. I've become very strong. It's time for us to return to our world. Already, I can't wait to see Grandpa and Brother Obito. The guy shouted smiling, he really missed them very much. Okay, good luck to you. Drop in and see us sometime. Of course. Thank you for everything, Kuro-san. Naruto started to fold about 20 seals and said, reverse summoning. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and Obito were sitting at the table and talking about something. Hey, where is Naruto? I already miss you, the old man said sadly, because he has been gone for a very long time. Yes, it's kind of boring without him, there's no one to train. Obito supported him, he himself was already missing this kid. Maybe something happened to him. The old man said, clenching his fists, since he was very worried about him. Don't be afraid, teacher, he's strong for his age. And he also has a 9-tailed one with him. I really hope so. A white smoke appeared out of nowhere. Madara and Obito came to their senses and were about to attack, but a familiar voice thundered, is this how you greet guests? A guy they knew very well said, smiling. End of Chapter 3. Commentary on Chapter 3 The World of Kitsune. Rewritten. Chapter 4 Returning Home. Chapter 4. Is this how you greet guests? Said the grown-up guy. It was very difficult to recognize him. The 2 shinobi stood in stupor when they realized who it was. They saw a guy 175 centimeters tall and with a pumped-up body. He looked about 15 years old. He had grown a lot and became exactly like his grandfather in his youth. Black hair like coal to the end of his back, bangs over his right eye. Only one difference, blue eyes like the sky, which added more beauty to the young Naruto. Madara and Obito couldn't say anything. They just looked at him. Why are you standing there like you've seen death? The brunette said skeptically. He didn't understand their reaction. Ahaha, what an interesting reaction they have. The fox laughed at his entire subconscious. He was also amused by this situation. Well, yes, I feel a bit awkward that they're staring at me like that. Grandson, how you have changed, as if I were looking in a mirror. An exact copy of me. Madara said in surprise. He was like 2 peas in a pod with his grandfather. Madara walked up and hugged his grandson. I'm so glad you're safe and sound. Naruto answered, hugging him. Yes, Grandpa, I've changed. Then Obito ran up and patted him on the shoulder. Naruto, you could be mistaken for your teacher, Obito said laughing. He could only tell them apart by their age. Thank you, Brother Obito. You were gone for 2.5 years, so why do you look 15? The old man asked with interest, as it was strange. Oh, that, in the Kitsune world, time moves differently, that is, slower. In the normal world it's 2.5 years, and there it's 5 years. Wow, so you're 15 now, Obito shouted in surprise, surprised by such a change in time. Exactly. Okay, grandson, I assume you have become very strong over these 5 years. Ah, right, let's spar. I don't mind. Let's go to the training ground. Obito shouted cheerfully, eager to test his brother's new powers. Okay, let's go. The old man supported them. At the training ground. Well, Brother Obito, attack. Well, Look, I won't hold back. The fight began where both sides were equal. They first tested each other in taijutsu and then moved on to ninjutsu. And you have become very strong. Even I can't keep up with your blows. What kind of style is this? The guy's style greatly surprised Obito, since he had never seen anything like it before. This is Kitsune style. Don't get distracted. At that moment, Naruto activated the Sharingan and began to dominate the enemy. Obito also activated the Sharingan, but it did not have much effect. What the hell? When he turned on the Sharingan, I can't understand his attacks at all. Even my Sharingan doesn't help much. Interesting, his style is somewhat reminiscent of mine, but much more precise and stronger. It's very difficult to predict the blows. Obito is already tired of taking damage, but he can't do anything. Well, brother Obito, shall we move on to the katanas now? The guy said with a grin. He was eager to demonstrate all his powers. Hey, well, come on, Obito said, unsealing the katana. He was also interested in knowing its full power. After a couple of lunges, the result was again not in Obito's favor. A cut on his cheek and leg, a little more and Obito was dead. It's like he reads all my movements, but I can't understand him. It's the same as in taijutsu. This style is familiar to me. I think there was one like that in a very strong samurai from the land of iron. Even I had a hard time standing up to him. Naruto started attacking Obito with large-scale techniques. First came fire ones such as fireball and fire destruction, but Obito is very strong, with difficulty, but dodged. The copy of Madara used Thunder God Flight and appeared behind Obito, due to the effect of surprise. Naruto shouted, Kitsune Flame. Obito saw a huge stream of black flame flying at him and thought it was Amaterasu. He had no other choice and turned on Susanoo so as not to die, but the flame was so powerful that Susanoo was cracking at the seams. Hey, well, let's get serious, shall we? Naruto said smiling. He was still just warming up. What? I'm already half dead here, and he still had aces up his sleeve. Come on, attack, Obito shouted. Naruto switched on Kitsune mode and became much stronger and faster. Now he couldn't be seen and his attacks couldn't be predicted at all. It was as if another opponent had started fighting. What the hell? Why did he become so strong? Now I can't counterattack at all. I can't see his blows and his techniques have become many times stronger. Obito thought with confusion. Madara stood and watched at the time with his Sharingan turned on. I can't understand his attacks. Even with my great experience, it would be difficult for me against such an opponent. The old man thought, watching the fight. Obito was almost half dead. But Naruto activated Kurama mod, and Kurama's avatar. And he said, Brother Obito, shall we continue? Obito was in shock. From such power, he completely forgot about the nine-tailed and its enormous power. Okay, I give up. After these words, Naruto deactivated Kurama mod and went to Obito and Madara. Well, how is it? Have I become stronger? The guy said with a smile. Yes, you are just a monster. I'm afraid to imagine if you fought with Kurama's strength. Obito said in surprise. He was shocked by the guy's strength. Well done, grandson. Even I would have a hard time dealing with you, especially with your style. Oh. Yes. And what kind of style is this? I barely fought back, but then I couldn't understand your blows at all. This is the Kitsune style. They taught me this. It becomes very strong when I enter Kitsune mode. And my reaction and speed increase, as well as strength. So that's how it is. Now it's clear why I couldn't copy it completely. Madara said sadly. He was a little disappointed. Oh. I'll go and rest. You really beat me up. Yes. Let's all go inside. We need to rest. And you, Naruto, I think, are very tired. The old man said calmly. Yes. Let's go. The guy shouted and everyone went inside. A month later. It was raining heavily outside. At that time there were 2 people standing in the shelter and a third one lying on the bed. Everyone was in a sad mood. Because the time had come for the god of shinobi. Grandpa, everything will be fine. You will live another 100 years. The guy said as joyfully as possible. Sensei, you are still very strong. It is too early for you to leave us, Obito said sadly. Hey, everyone has their time and I'm no exception. Madara said with a cough. Grandpa, is everything okay? Maybe some water. No need. Naruto, I have no more than a couple of hours left. I ask you after death not to go down the dark path. Be very strong. Don't say such things, teacher, everything will be fine. Obito shouted. He is a very emotional guy. Grandpa, don't leave me alone again. Naruto cried out in tears. Naruto, when I die, transplant my eyes into yourself, so that you have the VMSH. Obito will help you with this. Bring only peace to these lands, and so that I can see it and burn my body, so that they cannot resurrect me. Okay, I'll help him transplant your eyes, teacher. The guy said with tears. Naruto, I ask you to protect Konoha from enemies, and go back with Obito. I know you don't need to go back to a place where everything reminds you of bad memories. And no friends, no family. I have done a lot of bad things in this world, so please fulfill my last request. Okay, Grandpa, I will fulfill your request. Thank you, all of you. After these words, Madara Uchiha stopped breathing. No, grandfather, the boy cried, crying. He felt very bad, because he had lost someone close to him. Naruto suddenly grabbed his eyes. They began to hurt a lot, as if someone had thrown hot metal into his eyes. What the hell is wrong with me? It hurts so much. Naruto, be patient, the pain will go away soon. Obito said calmly. Naruto's eyes started to bleed, and his Sharingan pattern started to glow, and it started to spin, changing its appearance to a 5-pointed star with many patterns. Naruto bent over from the pain, but suddenly everything stopped hurting. Blood and tears mixed together. He had a terrifying appearance. What just happened? Naruto said, his voice broken from screaming. These are the awakenings of the Mangekyo Sharingan. When a loved one dies before their eyes, the Uchiha awaken the final stage of the eyes. And this is the price for strength. It would be better if Grandpa were alive. I hate those eyes. Naruto, calm down. I'm very sorry too, but you can't bring your teacher back. He told you himself, be strong. You're right, I will be strong. Naruto and Obito approached the body of the god of shinobi, and stood in front of him for about 5 minutes. He was my father, teacher and the dearest person. And he died. Me too, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be standing here, but in the grave. When will we start the eye surgery? Now, Obito said confidently, because there was no time to waste. 2 days have passed. The guy is lying on the bed and thinking about something. About his difficult fate, what else? How he wants to see the world, but he can't after the operation. He can't take off the mask on his eyes. Someone knocked on the door, the guy said. Come in. Naruto, it's time to take off this mask, a voice familiar to the boy said. Well, finally. Obito walked up to Naruto and began to remove his mask. Just don't open your eyes too quickly. Otherwise they'll start to hurt a lot. Naruto began to open his eyes and he saw a guy about 25 years old. Brother Obito, how did it go? Excellent. The eyes have taken root as if to a native body. Thank you. It's time to hold the funeral, the elder Uchiha said sadly. Yes, I know. Let's go. Afterwards they went to Madara's body and took it away for burial. Do we have to burn it? The guy asked, confused, not really happy with it. Yes, so that he would not be resurrected and he himself would ask us. Okay, I'll start. Naruto began to form seals and said, Kitsune flame. Eternal fire. Go in peace, Grandpa. The brunette said, wiping away his tears. There was nothing left of Madara's body and the boys went back to the shelter. What are we going to do now? I will return to Konoha, because after saving the teacher, I was indebted. And I looked after him. I see, then I'll come back too. After all, the teacher's last wish was to protect Konoha. Even though I have no one to protect there. The guy said sadly, there was nothing holding him there, but he didn't want to upset his grandfather. Okay, let's head to the village, Obito said and went to pack his things. Yes. 2 days have passed. 2 guys were approaching the village gates. The first was about 25 years old, dressed in black pants, sandals and a jacket with the Uchiha clan emblem. The other was about 15 years old, dressed in black shinobi sandals, and looked like a Jonin uniform, only black, and without a vest with the Uchiha clan sign on his back. As always, the Eternal Guards Izuma and Kotetsu were standing at the post. Hey, who are you? Kotetsu asked, a little surprised to see 2 unfamiliar Uchiha. Who are they? That second one looks like Uchiha Madara, It gives me goosebumps. Izuma thought in surprise. It worried him a lot. My name is Obito Uchiha, and this is Naruto Uchiha. We would like to become shinobi of Konoha. Naruto took his grandfather's surname, Uchiha, because he didn't want anything to do with Namikaze and Uzumaki. What? Naruto? But you died 10 years ago. And Obito Uchiha, too, in the Third Shinobi War. Izuma asked with confusion. He didn't really believe it. As you can see, we are alive and full of strength. We need to go to the Hokage. Naruto said coldly. He did not want to report to them. Okay, go over there to the Hokage's residence. Kotetsu said. He didn't want to anger them. Thank you. Naruto and Obito walked slowly along the road to the residence, looking at the village. It hasn't changed much in 10 years. Just a couple of buildings were added and that's all. While they were walking, all the people were looking at them with interest, especially at Naruto. It's not often you see a copy of Madara Uchiha walking down the streets of Konoha, but Naruto didn't care about all these looks. Meanwhile, 3 people were walking towards the meeting. Itachi's POV. God, how tired I am of assignments, and I still have to keep a close eye on these 2 little devils. Sister, will you train us? The guy asked hopefully. He really wanted to learn new techniques. Yes, Itachi's sister, please, the red-haired girl said with a pleading look. God, why today? I thought I would have a rest, but it wasn't meant to be. The girl thought, upset. Okay, you've convinced me. Sister, look who's coming. The guy said with interest, pointing with his hand at the people walking. Itachi looked where Sasuke was pointing and saw 2 people. They look like Uchiha, yes. And with the coats of arms on their backs. And the younger one is just like Uchiha Madara, but I've never seen them in Konoha. How cute he is, but very sullen. Wow, he looks like Uchiha Madara. Ha, Itachi's sister, why are you blushing or something? The girl screamed. She was very loud. A copy of Naruto from canon. No, it's just very hot today. What just happened to me? Naruto heard someone say Uchiha Madara and got very angry. Turning his head he saw 2 children and a girl his age. From this Amy hid behind Itachi. Uchiha Madara. He's looking at us. His gaze is so cold and dull, as if he's been through more than one war. I've rarely seen anyone with such a gaze. The girl thought. She was a little scared by the guy's gaze. What a cold look. I wonder what happened to him. Thought the son of the head of the Uchiha clan. It looks like 2 Uchiha, and a girl who even looks like me in some way. Naruto thought. This girl reminded him a little of someone. Naruto, why are you frozen? Let's go to the Hokage. We need to. The guy said, and took Obito by the shoulder. Yes, sorry. Stop, Naruto. I think that's the name of Kushina-san and Minato-san's child. And the same boy disappeared 10 years ago. He is also the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed. The girl thought in surprise. She wanted to know more about who these people are. NPOV Itachi. At the Hokage's residence. Minato Namikaze, also the 4th Hokage, was calmly sorting through the accumulated papers. And then someone knocked. He said automatically, come in. When the Hokage saw who came in, he was, to put it mildly, in shock. End of Chapter 4. Commentary on Chapter 4 Returning Home rewritten. Chapter 5 Grief of Parents. Chapter 5. At the Hokage's residence. Someone knocked on the door. When the Hokage saw who came in, he was, to put it mildly, shocked. Minato's POV. God, so many papers. I'll hang out here until night. It looks like Kushina will beat me to death today if I'm late for dinner. Knock on the door. Who else was brought there? And the chakra is very powerful, stronger than mine. Come in. 2 guys entered the office and stood in front of the Hokage, who sat and looked at the guests with bulging eyes. What the? The older one is a copy of Obito, only with a scar on half his face. And the younger one is a copy of Madara Uchiha. I would have thought that it was him standing in front of me. But Madara Uchiha died long ago, and his eyes are not like that, they are blue like the sky. He even looks like me in some way. Hello, and who are you? Why have you come to our village? Endpov Minato. Hello, teacher, I am Uchiha Obito and I am back. The guy said smiling with 32 teeth. Minato was shocked. How did his student survive? He was buried under a pile of rocks long ago. What? But how? Oh. Who is this? he said, turning his gaze to the younger guy. Hello. I am Uchiha Naruto. And I am back too. The guy said very coldly. Naruto, calm down, no need to kill him here. Calm down. The fox tried to calm his Jinchuriki. Thank you, otherwise I would have cut him into pieces right now. Naruto thought, clenching his fists, he was very angry at his father. After these words, Minato felt goosebumps all over his body. What? Naruto? But I don't recognize him. And why Uchiha? He's so cold, like he's going to kill me now. Naruto, is that you? But you disappeared 10 years ago. And I don't recognize you. The blonde said with a shocked look. Yes, it's me. Here's the proof. After these words, Naruto lifted his jacket, and everyone saw the seal on his stomach. Minato was shocked by this. It's really him, but why does he look like the god of shinobi, and also took the surname Uchiha? But where have you been all this time? Minato said with interest. They were looking for him for 10 years, and then he came himself. After I was, like, killed by stones, an old man saved me and became my teacher. All this time, I looked after him until he died. Ah. Naruto, where have you been? After I was almost killed in my own village, Obito saved me. Then I found out that my grandfather was alive, and he turned out to be Obito's teacher. We trained all this time. The brunette said in a cold tone. He was holding back with all his might so as not to kill the Hokage. Grandpa, who is he? You don't need to know that, Hokage-sama. I can only say that he is my grandfather on my mother's side. These words gave Minato a shudder. He didn't expect Naruto to find out the truth. The maternal line. So he knows the truth. Minato thought with fear. Ahaha, look, he's about to faint. Hey, finish him off Naruto. The fox laughed at the top of his lungs. Now, everything will be. Naruto, I'm going to go somewhere for now. I need to see someone. Said the older brunette, and left the office. Aha, was all Naruto said. Naruto, does that mean you know everything? The blonde said with his head down. Yes, grief parents. Although I can't bring myself to call you parents. After these words, Minato went into a stupor. It's not every day you hear someone say something like that. But although these words are the pure truth, grief parents. Sorry, Minato said with tears in his eyes. I made a big mistake by giving you away, and I regret it all my life. Excuse me, you threw me away like a broken toy. And I want you to forgive me. The guy shouted at the whole office, but then calmed down. I hate you. You are not my father. I am not your son. Minato is in a worse place than ever. His own son has abandoned him, just as his father once abandoned him. Sorry, I'm a shitty father. Please don't be mad at least at Kushina, she doesn't know the truth. I'm not angry with her, but I don't consider her my mother. I have my brother Obito and that's it. But you have a sister, Amy. She didn't do anything. I'll think about her, the guy said in a cold tone. I see, the blonde said sadly, his mood was at rock bottom. Hokage-sama, I need a house. Money is not an issue. You can stay with us for now. Minato said hopefully, he hoped to somehow become friends with the guy. No, I need a house with enough space for Obito. The Uchiha quarter is best. But only Uchihas can live in the Uchiha quarter. You can't be there. Who said I'm not Uchiha? After these words, Naruto turned on the VMSH and showed it to Minato. This made Minato stand in a stupor. I took my last name Uchiha from my grandfather. And now I'm Uchiha Naruto. But how? Kushina had no relatives from the Uchiha clan. It doesn't matter, so what about the house? Yes. Good. Here is the scroll. Give it to the head of the Uchiha clan and he will show you the house. How much do I owe you? No need, it will be a gift for you. Say the price. The brunette said angrily, he didn't want the wrong person to give him a gift. 1,000,000 Ryo. Minato said out of fear, he wanted to please the guy somehow, but he couldn't. Okay, here's the money. Naruto said, unsealing it from the scroll. I'm going, Hokage-sama. Stop. I don't know where the Uchiha quarter is. After these words, a deathly silence fell in the office. Everyone was thinking about something of their own. Someone about the difficult fate. He would certainly tell the whole truth to his wife, but someone dared to interrupt her. A knock on the door. Itachi's POV. Itachi comes with 2 children. The first is a younger brother, and the second is an adopted younger sister. And they say something. Sister. And who was it? And did they go to the residence? Asked the brunette. He was very interested to know who it was. Yes. Who is it? Especially the one who looks like Madara Uchiha in the textbooks. Amy supported her friend. I see them for the first time myself. And they seem to be from the Uchiha clan, since there was a clan crest on their backs. I'll have to find out about them from my father. Maybe he knows. The girl thought about the new guests. He's my age, so handsome, but already so cold. I wonder what happened to him. Itachi thought, blushing. I see. Ha, sister, why are you so red? Are you in love or something? The guy said with a grin. No, it's just really hot. So, who wanted to train there? Yeah, what the hell is wrong with me? Am I really in love? No. Itachi, what are you thinking? Let's go to the training ground. The two shouted in unison. Good, let's see who's faster, said the girl, and ran at great speed. They all ran to the training ground and only Itachi was standing. And the two younger ones were sitting and resting. Phew, sister, I can't keep up with you. Yeah, my heart is going to burst. The girl said breathlessly. Hey, train more, and you will be like that. Okay, start with chakra control and try walking on trees and water. I'll show you how to do it now. The girl showed how to release chakra in her legs and walked on a tree. Then on water. Is everything clear? The children shouted. Yes, sister. Okay, you train, but I need to go to my father. Itachi immediately ran to her house, ran into the house and saw Fugaku and Mikoto drinking tea. And she started saying something. Dad, did you see two strange people today, wearing our clan's clothes? No. What's wrong with them? Well, I've never seen them in the clan. Yes, what do they look like? Mikoto asked with interest. Well, the first one is about 25 years old, with black hair and a hedgehog haircut, and a scar on half of his face. The girl said, remembering all the details. And the second one is about 15 years old, also with black hair down to his back, and a fringe over his right eye. He is an exact copy of Madara Uchiha. Even people thought it was him, but his eyes are blue as the sky. Is he handsome? Mikoto said with a grin. What does this have to do with it? The girl cried out with a blush. Ahaha, I see. No, I don't know who it is, but I'll definitely have to meet him. The clan leader said with a smile. Clear. Itachi, please give this scroll to the Hokage, he knows what it is, Fugaku said, handing the scroll to his daughter. Okay, father. After that, Itachi ran out into the street, and ran towards the residence. And she was thinking about something, not even paying attention to her friends and the people who waved to her in greeting. Kakashi's POV. Two people were sitting in Ichiraku Ramen and talking about something. Soon I'll be graduating from the academy, and they've even assigned me as a teacher. Kakashi said in a sad voice. Ahaha, why so sad? It's great that we will teach the new generation. Rin said happily, she couldn't wait to start teaching the children. Well, yes, we are teachers now. I remember Obito once said that he would become the best teacher and Hokage. Yes, how I miss him. I still love this fool, and I can't forget him. Someone came up to the two and put their hands on their shoulders and said, why didn't they order ramen for me? Kakashi and Rin turned around and saw him, the one who was their family, but had died long ago. There was only surprise and confusion on their faces. Well, it's not often you see a friend who died long ago. Did you see a spirit? Hey, friends, the brunette said laughing. Obito, is that you? The ash-haired man said, surprised. Who else? It's me, Obito Uchiha. But you died a long time ago. Rin cried out with tears, she thought it was a dream. I didn't die, I was saved at the last moment. The girl pounced on him, hugged him tightly and said. You fool, why didn't you come back? We missed you so much. The girl said crying. Sorry, I couldn't come back, the one who saved me became my teacher, and I looked after him. Because I was in his debt. It's hard to recognize you. You've grown up, matured. Kakashi said, patting him on the shoulder. Hey, thanks, the brunette said, scratching the back of his head. Let's eat ramen like the good old days, the girl said, causing everyone to quickly sit down at the table. Of course, I haven't eaten it for 100 years. After they ate, they decided to walk around Konoha. Everyone looked at the new man with interest. And Obito was somehow uncomfortable. Hey, you're the target of all the attention here now. Kakashi said, laughing, amused by the people's reactions. Yes, it's somehow unusual. Oh. Look, Itachi is flying somewhere and so fast, said the girl, waving her hand to her friend. Itachi flew past them without even noticing, thinking about something of her own. That's weird, you didn't even notice. Maybe something happened. Rin said excitedly. It was strange to her, because the girl always greeted. I don't know, was all the ash-haired man said. NPOV Kakashi. I wonder who they are. Even my father doesn't know. Maybe they lived outside the village. Maybe Hokage-sama knows something. We'll have to find out. The girl quickly ran to the Hokage's residence, and went inside to the Hokage's office, and knocked on the door. Behind the door, a quiet voice was heard. NPOV Itachi. Come in, the blonde said sadly. Itachi entered the office and saw this guy, which surprised her very much. She noticed the shitty state of the Hokage, and she had never seen him like this. It was like he was being tortured in mental torture. Hokage-sama, I brought you a scroll from my father. He said that you know what it is. Ah. Itachi. Yes, thank you, the blonde said, taking the scroll in his hands. What happened to him? The girl thought, since it wasn't very difficult not to notice Minato's condition. Ah, yes. Itachi, please take him to the Uchiha quarter, the Hokage said, pointing at the boy. Good, but who is it? Naruto Uchiha. Nice to meet you, the guy said in an indifferent voice. Itachi Uchiha. Nice to meet you. The girl blushed a little when she said this. Are we going? Yes, let's go. Goodbye Hokage-sama. Goodbye, woeful father, the brunette said very coldly. These were the finishing words for Minato. He was already thinking about how Kushina would kill him when she found out. Itachi was a little stunned by these words. Ahaha, you finished him off. What a look he has now. The fox laughed out loud. It's his own fault. Bastard. The guy snorted angrily. Oh. My father. But how? Why? The girl thought. She didn't understand anything. An old man with a bandaged face and a very creepy aura burst into the office. His name is Shimura Danzo. He is the village elder and the head of the root Anbu. Ahaha. The weapon is back in our hands. Now you can't run away anywhere. Don't touch him. Minato shouted. He knows what Danzo wants from the guy. I'll take him with me, and he'll be under my constant supervision. Danzo was about to put shackles on Naruto, but the guy turned on the VMSH and released Kikurama. Old man, take your hands off, or else your head will fly off, the guy said in a cold voice. It felt like he could easily kill someone. Don't be afraid, I won't disappear from your village anymore. From such power, everyone in the office shook, especially Danzo when he saw that he had very strong eyes. Stronger than Shisui. Okay, the old man said in fear, and disappeared into the shunshin. After that, everyone in the office was shocked by the guy's strength. Everyone stood and thought about something. But Naruto broke the silence. Itachi, let's go. Two teenagers were walking along the streets of Konoha and talking about something. Passersby were watching all this and thinking how similar he was to the god of shinobi, and the beautiful Itachi was walking with him. The guys really didn't like it. Naruto, I'm sorry for butting in where it's none of my business, but why did you call Hokage-sama grief father? Because he is my grief-stricken father, who threw me away like a broken toy. After these words they walked to the block in silence, thinking about something of their own. He is the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, but why does everyone think that he died? The girl thought with confusion. She's not like other girls. She pretends that she doesn't care, but I can see it in her eyes. She's bursting with questions. Uchiha clan quarter. When they reached the Uchiha quarter, Naruto saw cleanliness, order and calm. People walked around with smiles and talked to everyone. He felt the same atmosphere as in the Kitsune world. And in his soul there was only calm. Here we are. Thank you. And where is Fugaku Uchiha's house? Why do you need a father? Oh. You're his daughter. I need to hand over the documents to him. Good. Follow me. In the house of the head of the Uchiha clan. Naruto and Itachi headed to the house of the head of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, 3 people were sitting at the table in the house. They were two Uchiha and one woman with red hair. They were talking about something. Two teenagers entered the house. Mom, Dad. I'm home. Oh. And you're here, Kushina-san. Everyone saw a handsome guy of about 15 years old, with coal black hair and blue eyes like the sky, come in after the girl. He looks very much like Madara Uchiha. Everyone couldn't take their eyes off him. Wow, who is this? So handsome. He has eyes like Minato and Amy. Has Itachi really found herself a boyfriend? The red-haired woman thought. She became very curious. Why is he looking at me with such anger? God, handsome. Hey, the daughter doesn't just pick anyone, thought the joyful Mikoto. He looks a lot like Madara Uchiha, like I'm looking at his portrait, but I haven't seen him in the clan before. It seems like he's the one Itachi was talking about. What does he want? Oh, Itachi, have you brought us a guest? The woman said with a smile. Hello, I am Uchiha Naruto. I need Uchiha Fugaku. Hokage-sama said to give this scroll to you. When he said his last name and first name, everyone stood in shock. End of chapter 5. I would like to describe everything in this chapter. Meetings and conflicts with Minato and Kushina. But it turned out to be a lot of text, not as I expected. Therefore, I will continue a little in the 6th chapter. Commentary on Chapter 5 Grief of Parents rewritten. Chapter 6 New Life. Chapter 6. In the house of the head of the Uchiha clan. Hello, I am Uchiha Naruto. I need Uchiha Fugaku. Hokage-sama said to give this scroll to you, the guy said coldly as ice. When he said the last name and first name, everyone stood in a stupor. Everyone was thinking about something. What did he just say? Naruto. But he died a long time ago. Minato himself told me this, the woman thought with confusion. It was very strange for her. Isn't that the name of Minato and Kushina's first child? This is all strange, Mikoto thought in surprise. It seemed strange to her too. What? Uchiha Naruto? But I know all Uchiha by sight, and the name, Naruto. Isn't that the name of Minato and Kushina's deceased son? He began to look at the guy with even greater interest. The black-haired woman decided to break the silence of the grave. Uchiha Mikoto, this is my husband Uchiha Fugaku. This is my best friend Uzumaki Kushina, the woman said smiling. Naruto. Oh. Where are you from? I haven't seen you in the village before, asked Kushina. She wanted to know more about the guy. I haven't seen you in the clan before either, the man asked another question. Fugaku wasn't going to let the guy with the last name Uchiha go. Until I was 5, I lived in Konoha under the name Naruto Uzumaki, but then I was kidnapped, or rescued, and I lived with my grandfather. Now, I took his last name Uchiha, not wanting to say anything else, the guy simply said, Fugaku-san, here is the scroll for the house. The Hokage said that you should sign it. Okay, I'll sign it now, the man said and took the scroll in his hands. After that, Fugaku signed the scroll and gave it to the guy. Everyone sat in the room and thought about why save a child from people. Save, but from whom? Kushina shouted in surprise. She did not understand the logic in the guy's words. From the people of this village. The brunette shouted with great anger. Everyone was shocked by these words. To save a 5-year-old child from people. Save from people. But why did you have to be saved? Fugaku asked with even more misunderstanding. He thought over all the options in his head, but did not find a suitable one to explain everything. I'm the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed beast, that's why. I was beaten almost to death every day, the guy said with such coldness that everyone got goosebumps. God, poor thing, to have experienced this since he was a child. Mikoto thought sadly. She is a very kind woman, and she could not have imagined this about the people who live in the village. Beaten to death at 5 years old. Now I understand why he is so cold. How sorry I am for him, Itachi thought in surprise. This really touched her soul. And why didn't your parents help you? And where are they? The man asked the question that interested everyone. Parents. They threw me out like a broken toy in an orphanage. There was a person who replaced him for me, but he died 2 days ago. Sorry, I didn't want to remind you of something bad, but who are your parents? Maybe we know them. Mikoto asked, hoping to help. After these words, Naruto turned his back to everyone and said from over his shoulder looking at Kushina. You know one of them. And he's sitting here now. The guy said through his teeth. After that, it was like Kushina had been hit on the head. Everyone in the room sat in shock, looking at Kushina, then at Naruto. The guy started to leave and said, "Goodbye, nice to meet you." Naruto left the house and went to look for his newfound house on the scroll, for a lot of money. At that time, everyone was sitting at the table and thinking about something. The Uchiha family looked at Kushina and watched as the explosion happened. "Minato, you're dead," the red-haired woman said with great anger, and was about to go and kill her husband. Everyone thought that today would be the funeral of the fourth Hokage, but her best friend decided to calm her down. Mikoto came up to Kushina and hugged her. "Quiet. Quiet. Maybe it's not true." "How can it not be true? He is an exact copy of me and Minato." Kushina screamed with tears in her eyes. It was very painful for her to find out that she was being deceived. "It's true. Minato-san confirmed that he is his son," Itachi said in a quiet voice. "She is not a stupid girl," and was able to add 2 plus 2. From these words Kushina began to cry and speak through tears. "How could he? Bastard." 10 minutes passed and she calmed down. To the Hokage," Kushina said angrily, and no one stopped her. Kushina left the house and went straight to the residence. The Uchihas sat and looked at each other. What a day," Fugaku said, lowering his head, a little shocked by the news. "Oh, Minato, what have you done?" the woman croaked angrily. She did not expect this from her friend. "Itachi, look after Naruto. He needs support now," Fugaku said smiling. "What? But why me?" the girl said, blushing. She didn't understand why, but her face gave her away. "Hey, your face speaks for you," the man said laughing, amused by his daughter's reaction. "Okay," she said, covering her face and leaving the house. At the Hokage's residence, Minato was sitting and thinking about something. Then someone knocked down the door and shouted, "Minato, you're dead." "I know, and I deserve it," he said quietly, lowering his head. Kushina threw his metal all over the office like a broom. There was no living place left of the fourth Hokage. Kushina no longer had the strength to beat him and burst into tears. "How could you hide everything from me, and abandon our child to the mercy of fate? I'm sorry, I am a shitty father. How sorry I am," the man said with great pain in his voice. Kushina sat down on the couch and just cried. Minato at that time barely sat down on the chair, a couple of broken ribs making themselves known. "Why did you do this?" Kushina screamed at the top of her voice, almost tearing her vocal cords. "I was scared. Scared of my own son," the blonde said, looking at the table. He could not look his woman in the eyes. "Scared? A newborn baby. How could you be scared?" Kushina screamed, but at the same time, she did not understand her husband. "I was scared of the nine-tailed. After the sealing, his hair became black, and his chakra became darker. I thought that the demon captured him and gave him to the shelter," the blonde said in a quiet voice, then added, "But he managed to restrain it better than you. And I blamed myself for giving him away. I wanted to tell him everything, but he suddenly disappeared somewhere. It's all clear with you, and you're also called Hokage," the woman shouted, but she didn't have the strength to shout any more, and only added in a commanding tone, "Be there in the evening. We'll have to talk." "Got it," Minato shouted, but then sat back down abruptly, his broken ribs making themselves felt. The red-haired woman left the office through the doorway, since the doors were knocked down. And the secretary didn't know where to go. She had a very busy day today, smiley face. In the Uchiha quarter, the black-haired girl ran around the clan's territory, but could not find one person. She had already begun to worry about where he could have disappeared to, but at the last moment she saw a familiar silhouette, and it was Naruto. He was sitting on the shore of a lake that was in the Uchiha quarter. She approached him and simply sat down next to him and said something. "Phew. Finally found you. Why are you sitting here? What's not allowed?" "Hey, kid. Looks like they've fallen in love with you," the fox said calmly in his subconscious, causing the guy to shudder. "What? Who is this?" the guy thought with interest. He didn't understand who could like him anymore. "Are you stupid? The one who is next to you now," Kuramike shouted, grinning. "Oh. Fuck, that's all I needed. For the clan leader's daughter to fall in love with me," the guy thought, closing his eyes, because he hadn't thought about starting a family yet. "But why? The girls from the Uchiha clan are very good. If they fall in love, they will never leave or cheat." Well, yes, she is very kind and beautiful. I feel that she has only pure emotions and no evil intentions. Okay, we'll see what happens next. Why not? Yes, you just went to your new house, didn't you? The girl asked, not understanding, because he should have been home already. Oh, that, well, sort of, the guy mumbled. I see, you couldn't find him, Itachi said smiling. This wasn't the first time someone had said this to her. It's not my fault that you have such a stupid system of rationing houses, the guy muttered, which made the girl laugh. Ahaha, well, you're not the first one to say that. So take me there, Miss Know-It-All, the guy said with a forced smile. Okay, let's go. She took him by the hand and pulled him along with her. Hey, take it easy, or you'll tear your arm off, the brunette screamed in pain, amazed by the strength of the fragile girl. Oh, sorry, let's go here, Itachi mumbled with a red face. After a 10-minute walk, Naruto and Itachi came to a 2-story house. Itachi said goodbye to Naruto and went about her business. It's strange when I said goodbye to him, my soul felt so bad, Itachi thought, and looked back where Naruto's house was. God, what's wrong with me? Maybe I really fell in love. I'll have to ask my mom. The brunette ran home. Naruto at that time began to look at the house from the outside. Then he entered the house and said, "Hello, new life." He walked around the house and looked at what he needed to buy. He needed a lot. Naruto made a huge list. And went to the store. On the way to the store, he saw a familiar face. And he himself was noticed too. 3 people approached Naruto. "Meet my friends and team. Kakashi Hatake and Rin Nohara," the brunette said happily, pointing his hand at his friends. "Uchiha Naruto, nice to meet you," the guy said with a forced smile. "Rin Nohara, nice to meet you. You look so much like Madara Uchiha." "Kakashi Hatake, nice to meet you. I agree with Rin like 2 peas in a pod. I'll take that as a compliment." "Hey, Naruto, what are you doing here?" Obito asked with interest. He was a little surprised that the guy was going shopping. "I'm buying things for our new house." "Oh, you've already bought a house. Where is it?" "In the Uchiha Quarter." "Congratulations on your housewarming," the girl shouted smiling, after which the ash-haired man added, "And, congratulations." "Thank you," was all Naruto replied. "Okay, Naruto and I went to the store and then home." "Okay, see you later," said the boys' best friends, and everyone went their separate ways. Naruto and Obito bought everything they needed for the house and went to their house. Obito was stunned by such a huge house. They put everything in its place and decided to go to bed, since it was already dark outside and they were tired from the road. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina were discussing their son. Kushina was very angry with her husband, but she saw that he had hurt himself very much. Kushina told her daughter Amy that she had an older brother, Uchiha Naruto. She was very happy about this, but did not understand why he lived separately. In the house of the head of the Uchiha clan. "Mom, can I ask you a question?" "Of course. What happened, honey?" "Why, when one person is not around, does my soul feel somehow bad?" "Hey, are you talking about Naruto?" "What? But how did you find out?" "It looks like I'll soon have a son-in-law." "What are you saying?" the girl screamed, all red as Kushina's hair. "You fell in love, that's all." "So you fell in love," Itachi said, looking at the table. "Exactly. Hold on to your love, so it doesn't go away," Mikoto said smiling. She was happy for her daughter. "Okay, Mom." 1 month has passed. During this time, a lot has changed. Naruto mostly disappeared to the training ground and trained, or helped train his sister Amy and her best friend Sasuke. They became very close friends, and the guy was also glad that he had a sister, but tried not to show it. Naruto loved the Uchiha clan as a family. He also became very attached to Itachi, as she did to him. He became a little kinder to the village itself. Although he did not have a very good relationship with the Hokage, and with Kushina there was only indifference. Everything was great about Obito. He immediately became friends with the entire village and became a Junin of Konoha. Now he and his friends, Rin and Kakashi, teach the new generation, as they were appointed sensei. Team Kakashi included Uchiha Sasuke, Amy Namikaze and Konohamaru Sarutobi, he is the same age. Team Obito included girl Uchiha Shori, boy Senju Yakito, and boy Karami Uchiha. And, with Rin, everything is simple. Her team is Kurenai, but Kurenai herself is not a shinobi, but a housewife. A black-haired guy was walking down the village street, thinking about something, not paying attention to everyone. How boring. Brother Obito and his team are on a mission, the guy thought sadly. Don't whine. I can't sleep anyway, the fox whined angrily. Oh, our princess of sleep can't sleep. Shut up. Go on missions instead, the fox shouted to the entire subconscious. It was possible. Oh. Itachi said something about Anbu, Naruto thought, remembering. Yes, they only give difficult missions there, and not all shinobi can join them. Great, I'm going to the Hokage. Oh. A familiar chakra is approaching you very quickly, Kurama said smiling, which made the guy interested. Chakra? Whose chakra? A black-haired girl appeared from behind the crowd of people and waved at him. Naruto realized who it was, and approached her. Hello Naruto. Hi, how are you? The guy asked with a smile. Yes, everything is fine, and where are you going? She asked with interest in her eyes. To the Hokage, I'm thinking of joining the Anbu, it's really boring. In Anbu, but it's very dangerous. The girl asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm as strong as Kage, maybe a little stronger, he said, stroking the girl's head. Let's go to the Hokage, she said like a tomato. The couple went to the Hokage residence. While they were walking, each of them was thinking about something. Naruto was talking to Kurama, and Itachi was thinking about how to return her complexion to normal. God, my face is the same color as Kushina-san's hair right now, but I felt so good when he stroked my head. Hokage residence. Minato was busy with his boring work as usual, sorting out papers. He was a little happy that his son had returned to Konoha, but at the same time he was upset. Naruto still didn't call him father, which made Minato feel really bad. Where do these papers come from? I'm so tired. He leaned back in his chair and began to look at the photo of his family that stood on the table. It's a pity that Naruto is not with us. It's good that he communicates with Amy and even trains her. Someone knocked on the door and the Hokage said, "Come in." Two people entered the office and Minato was very happy when he saw them. They were two from the Uchiha clan. Oh, Naruto and Itachi. Hello. Hello Hokage-sama. The two shinobi shouted. What happened? Yes, I would like to join the ranks of Anbu. It's boring here. In Anbu. But it's dangerous work. Are you absolutely sure? Don't underestimate me, the guy said angrily. Okay. Come to the second testing ground at 1700. They'll check you. Okay, I'm going. Itachi, are you with me? Yes, let's go. Goodbye, Hokage-sama. Naruto and Itachi walked around Konoha for another hour and talked about something. Then Itachi had to run about her business and said goodbye to Naruto. The guy walked past the hot springs and noticed a strange guy who was sitting and spying on girls. The brunette didn't like it and decided to teach him a lesson. Hey, old man, why are you spying on girls? The brunette shouted, which everyone heard. Hey, what? Don't shoot me, kid. Then a crowd of girls ran out and saw a pervert they knew and started beating him until he lost consciousness, but the pervert was an experienced shinobi and managed to escape and took the brunette with him. In the forest. Why did you drag me along with you? The guy asked indifferently, as if nothing had happened. Why, yes, I almost got killed for you. And you would do the right thing. Ah, you, now I'll teach you a lesson, he said, and then began to form a rasengan in his hand, but Naruto only responded with a grin, and activated the VMSH with Susanoo. The hermit did not expect this from the boy, and began to slowly move away. Yes, don't be afraid. I won't kill you. Who are you? The hermit asked with bulging eyes. Uchiha Naruto. Nice to meet you. What? Naruto, so it's you. Ah. I was looking for you in all the villages and couldn't find you. So I decided to take a little rest and gather information for the book. Ah. Who are you? And why were you looking for me? Hey, I am the Great Toad Hermit and one of the three Sannin Jiraiya. And I am your godfather. Jiraiya shouted pompously. Got it, I'll call you the perverted hermit. What? Okay then. Minato told me everything about you. I'm very sorry that it turned out this way. Yes, nothing. Ah. The Hokage himself is to blame for his own actions. Okay, perverted hermit, it's time for me to go, bye. Bye. Since it was already time for his test, Naruto slowly went to the second training ground. At that time, Itachi also ran to the second training ground, but under the mask of an Anbu. After all, she would test Naruto's strength, which she really did not want. The Hokage also wanted to see the strength of his son and invited the hermit. At the second training ground, there were 4 people standing on the training ground, namely, 2 masked Anbu, the Hokage and Jiraiya. Naruto calmly approached and looked at everyone and was surprised that the hermit was also there. Will I have to fight against these 2? Exactly. You will be checked by Anbu, Raven and Wolf. The blonde confirmed the guy's words. Hey, Shisui and Itachi, and you didn't say that you were also in Anbu. What? But how did you know? The girl asked in surprise. Yes, how? We hid our chakra, the guy added, also not understanding. Naruto and Shisui had known each other for a long time, or rather, Itachi had introduced them. The 2 of them had also become very close friends. Shisui was somewhat similar to Obito, and Naruto liked that a lot. You hid it poorly. You better train in chakra control. Okay, begin, the Hokage shouted. After these words, 2 Anbu members turned on the Sharingan and ran at Naruto, and began to attack in taijutsu. Naruto had a hard time against 2 geniuses of the Uchiha clan, and had to turn on his Sharingan. After that, Naruto calmly defended himself and counterattacked, which greatly surprised Itachi and Shisui. They could not read his movements and understand them, they are very strong and accurate. Shisui realized that there would be no sense in this and began to attack with his fire techniques. Fire Dragon. But it was of little use. Itachi began to attack him with a katana. Naruto also unsealed his katana and a battle began, where Itachi was slowly but surely losing. Shisui saw this and took out his katana. He ran to help Itachi, and Naruto began to give up positions, since it is difficult to fight against 2 Uchiha with katanas. He created a clone and ran towards them. At that time, the clone sat in the lotus position and began to collect the fox's natural chakra. Jiraiya saw this and was shocked that he could collect natural chakra and enter hermit mode, but his mode was different from the toad's. The clone dissipated and Naruto had red pigmentation under his eyes. And he began to press them. The Uchihas could do nothing because the blows were very fast and it was impossible to read them. It was like a cage beating genin. When Naruto was fighting in taijutsu, he quietly put a mark on Shisui and Itachi and teleported behind him. And he hit them in the back so that they flew away from him, then shouted, Kitsune Flame, Eternal Fire. After these words, Naruto blew out a huge jet of black flame, and it flew straight at the Uchiha. Itachi saw this and activated her Susanoo, then covered herself with Yato's shield. Shisui was in Susanoo at this time, but the fire was very powerful and Susanoo fell apart. Itachi and Shisui were already very tired, but Naruto said something. Okay, let's get serious now. Everyone was shocked. He was just warming up. Naruto turned on Kurama's avatar and covered him with his Susanoo with a sword, like in canon. The Uchihas were shaking from such force and couldn't move. The Hokage and the hermit stood with their eyes bulging, and thought that he would be stronger than all the cage. Shisui recovered from the shock and turned on his Susanoo. It was green. And he started attacking Naruto, but it was no use, he was beating him freely. Then he moved behind Susanoo and said, Continue. I surrender. After that, Naruto and Shisui dispelled the techniques and went to everyone else. When they approached, everyone looked at Naruto as if he was a ghost. What's wrong with you? Naruto asked, confused. Hey, Naruto. Yes, you are stronger than all the cages. Minato said in surprise. His strength amazed him. You became a Sannin. But I have never seen such a regime before. Jiraiya asked with great interest. He was eager to know what kind of regime it was. This is the Fox mode. I signed a contract with Kurama and then trained in the summoning world. You became friends with the nine-tailed beast. The Hokage shouted in surprise. Yes, and not the nine-tailed one, but Kurama. The guy answered very coldly. Naruto, can you use a full-fledged Susanoo without going blind? The girl asked the thing she was interested in. Yes, when my grandfather died, I transplanted his eyes into myself, now I have the VMSH. Everyone was shocked by his power. And the fourth Hokage decided to say. Uchiha Naruto, I give you the title of Junin and allow you to join the Anbu. Raven will show you where the Anbu base is and help you get equipment. Thank you. Everyone is free. Wolf, Raven, thank you for your work. The Anbu men shouted. Hokage-sama is here. After that, Minato and Jiraiya went about their business. Only 3 remained on the training ground. Naruto, congratulations, the girl said, taking off her mask. And me too, said the handsome guy with onyx eyes. Hey, thank you, Naruto responded to the congratulations with a smile. Well then, let's go to the Anbu base. Itachi asked the new Anbu of Konoha. Yes, let's go. All 3 of them went to the Hokage's residence, since the Anbu base was under the residence. End of Chapter 6. Commentary on Chapter 6 New Life Rewritten. Chapter 7 Konoha's Ghost. Chapter 7. Anbu Base. Naruto and his friends came to the residence and went down to the Anbu base. Since the base was under the residence, Shisui and Itachi showed where to get equipment and pick out a mask. Naruto received a new set of Anbu clothes and armor. Then it turned out that he also needed to get a tattoo on his right shoulder. The guy didn't understand what it was for, but he didn't object, because, if everyone does it, then I'm no exception. Now the most important moment of joining the ranks of Anbu. This is choosing your mask. A huge stand with masks opened in front of Naruto. His eyes were running wild from the pile of masks, but he noticed one of them. Wow, there are so many masks here. Which one should I choose? The guy said, looking at the masks. Choose the one you like, Itachi said with a smile, pointing with her hands at all the masks. Oh. This one is not bad in the form of a fox, but why is it black? Naruto said, pointing to the mask. Naruto pointed at the fox mask, but there was one feature that none of the others had. It was all black. And with 2 white lines on the cheeks. Oh. This one. The name of this mask is Ghost. It's better not to take it. It's cursed, and no one has taken it since the time of the first Hokage. He told the whole story of the mask. Shisui has been serving in the Anbu for several days now, and he has heard many legends about it. I like it. I'll take it, the guy said with a smile on his face, but the girl didn't like it very much. What? But she only brings troubles. The kunoichi shouted excitedly. Don't be afraid, why were you so worried? Is it because of me? Naruto said, grinning. Were you worried? Yes, who needs you? The girl, all red, shouted, after which she turned away. Shisui almost laughed at this reaction, but he saw Itachi like this for the first time. And he thought that someone had fallen in love. Oh. It's a shame, the guy said in as sad a voice as he could. The second brunette laughed mentally at this performance. That he was almost bursting, and Naruto noticed this and smiled at him. Take your mask, and let's go to the Hokage. Itachi shouted, leaving the room. Phew, just a little bit more. I saw. Okay, let's go to the Hokage. The brunette said with a smile. Our trio walked towards the Hokage's office. Itachi walked in front with a murderous aura, thinking about something, and the guys walked behind and were afraid to come close. This Naruto. If it weren't for Shisui, I would have killed him. Why did he take that damn mask? Now I'll worry about him even more. The girl thinking about her behavior. Damn, why did I tell him that? Now he's offended at me. In the Hokage's office. Minato was sitting in his office as usual, but this time not alone. But with his wife, Kushina. The woman was still very angry with her husband for such things. They were talking about Naruto. Kushina tried to make peace with her son, but he didn't even want to call her mom. Which upset her a lot. Their family conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. 3 people entered the office and greeted the Hokage and Kushina. Naruto, is something wrong? The red-haired woman asked. No, Kushina-san, I wanted to tell the Hokage that I received the Anbu equipment and chose a mask. Kushina was again upset by these words that her son did not want to acknowledge her as his mother. And the same problem is with Minato. Good. And what mask did you choose? Asked the village head. A ghost, the guy answered coldly, and Minato and Kushina shuddered at these words. After all, Minato knows about this mask, and that it is cursed. And Kushina learned about it when she was young. A ghost, but she only brings troubles and misfortunes. Kushina shouted excitedly. I liked it and I will wear it. I don't want to hear anything. Hey, good. Now you're Anbu with the code name, Ghost. And, I'm putting you on Team Ro. With Itachi and Shisui. Afterwards, Naruto and his friends went to the training grounds to practice teamwork with the new team. Kushina was very angry at her husband that he agreed with his son so easily. And she wanted to kill him, but she calmed down. After all, Naruto is not a small child and knows what he is agreeing to. So 2 months passed. During this time, a lot has changed, because a month ago the brunette turned 16, but he was not particularly happy about it. There were still bad memories when he was almost beaten to death on his birthday. And he did not want to celebrate, but his new friends were categorically against it. They were only able to persuade him to celebrate at Ichiraku Ramen, because Naruto himself loved this place very much. Naruto and his new team, Ro, did a lot of missions. They were mostly given S-rank missions and higher, due to Naruto's strength. But sometimes Naruto went on missions himself, and he did it successfully. Everyone knew the Anbu with the ghost mask, who appeared out of nowhere and killed many renegades and bandits without regret. In Konoha, they were not afraid of him, but on the contrary, they admired him. Obito was happy for his adopted brother, that he had fans, and he protects Konoha from the shadows. Alas, few people know who is under the mask. And at the same time Naruto was happy for his adopted brother, because he proposed to Rin. And she agreed. Now the young family lives together. But now Naruto lives alone in a huge house and it upset him a little, because Obito bought a house for his family. And Naruto and Itachi's relationship was going slowly but surely. At the training ground number 7. There were 3 people standing on the training ground, namely, Naruto and his sister, with his adopted brother Sasuke. He had also become very friendly with him. The oldest was telling about something, or rather showing a new technique. Amy, I'll give you a scroll with the 4th Hokage's technique, rasengan. All the stages are described there, I think you'll be able to learn it. Yes, brother, I can definitely do it. The girl shouted with a smile on half her face. Now you're Sasuke. I'll give you a scroll with the technique that Kakashi Hatake invented, Chidori. After all, you have a predisposition to the lightning element. Just be careful not to overdo it. Thank you, brother, I'll be very careful, the brunette said smiling. So, now watch how I create techniques and remember. Okay, the two shouted and began to watch carefully. First Naruto showed how he creates rasengan in one hand. And then he created Chidori in the other hand. After that he tested the techniques on the trees, and the 2 younger ones were shocked by their power. That's it. Now quickly train, the guy said menacingly, causing the 2 little devils to quickly run in different directions. A man in a bear mask appeared near Naruto. Everyone realized that it was Anbu. And he told Uchiha Naruto to come to the Hokage. Naruto said that he would be there in 10 minutes, and Anbu disappeared in Shunshin. Hey, I'm being called to the Hokage, you'll have to train yourselves. The guy said upset, lowering his head. No problem, we can handle it. Amy decided to support the guy. Yes, everything is clear in the scroll, I don't think there will be any problems. Sasuke added, he wanted to demonstrate the new technique later when Naruto returned from the mission. Okay, but look, I'll come and check later, Naruto said smiling. After that Naruto headed to the Hokage residence. And he thought why he was called on a day off, probably a new mission. Which Naruto was happy about, because if he was called, the mission was not lower than S rank. In the Hokage's office. There was a knock on the door of the office, and after approval, a black-haired guy entered. He saw that there was also a familiar person in the office. After Naruto entered, Minato began to speak. I think you know why I called you. The Hokage said calmly, without taking his eyes off the documents. I think it's a new mission. Itachi said confidently. And something else complicated, Naruto added to the girl's words. Exactly, I am giving you a rank S+ mission. You must find and kill very dangerous people. All the details are in the apostate's file. And who? The girl asked with great interest. 4 swordsmen of the mist, he said with a sad voice, because he didn't want to send his own son on such a difficult mission. There was silence in the office. And also, Shisui is on another mission, so you are going together. You have an hour to prepare, the blonde said even sadder, now the chance of them returning alive became smaller. There is Hokage-sama, and 2, Anbu, left the office. Naruto and Itachi went home to get the Anbu gear and everything they needed. Then they ran to the land of waves. Country of waves. They ran without stopping, and reached the country. According to the data given by the 4th Hokage, all 4 swordsmen were in the center of the country, and they were in their fortress or castle. Two ambushniks went to look for them. After 2 hours of running around the land of waves, they found that very fortress. It was enormous in size. Wow, it's huge, Itachi said in surprise, because the fortress was truly enormous in size. That's true, but look how many guards there are. It will be difficult, the guy said, looking at the crowd of people. Do you think we can handle it? The worried girl asked. Of course, we'll just operate at night, so it'll be harder to spot us. And yes, I will go and think of an escape route. Which way? Itachi asked, not understanding. I'll go put a kunai so we can quickly leave if something goes wrong. Ah, good. While they were waiting for the night, the two shinobi were resting after a long journey and talking. Naruto put out a kunai and went back. Time was slowly approaching darkness. It's time. Let's move out. Act according to plan. First we'll clear out the fortress, then the swordsmen themselves. Okay, just this. Naruto, be careful, the girl said blushing. Don't be afraid, I'll be fine. And keep your eyes peeled. Naruto and Itachi, in the cover of night, slowly cut out the entire fortress while the leaders slept or did their own thing, but not everything went according to plan. The sentry noticed two Anbu and immediately gave the alarm. All the bandits and swordsmen came running to the sound of the alarm. Oh. Look who's come to visit us. An Anbu from Konoha, Fuguki Tsukazan said angrily. He was one of the swordsmen of the mist. And also the ghost of Konoha. This is just great. They're giving a lot of money for your head. Jinin Akebino shouted joyfully. He wanted to get a lot of money for the Anbu's head. Alas, but today only you will die. 4 swordsmen of the mist, said the ghost, smiling, but because of the mask, nothing could be seen. Ghost, be careful, they're very dangerous. A female voice shouted from under the mask. Fine. Oh, the girl under the mask. Guys, try not to kill her, shouted another swordsman of the mist, Reiga Kurosuke. And then the battle began. The usual bandits attacked first, but the bandits were not able to defeat 2 experienced shinobi, and they died like flies. After 10 minutes of carnage, everything was covered in corpses and blood. Only the swordsmen remained alive and one of them began to clap. Ahaha. Thank you. Now I won't have to pay them. Kushimaru said smiling to Kuriarara. Now your time to die will come, the ghost said coldly. 2 of the swordsmen attacked Naruto, and the rest attacked Itachi. Although Naruto was strong, it was difficult to fight against 2 swordsmen of the mist, and Itachi also had to be watched. I didn't want her to die here too. When the guy hooked up Kurama mod, he began to dominate and beat him up. The first one died from Rasen Shuriken, and he plunged a katana straight into the heart of the second one. I told you your time has come. Ha ha ha. Even if I die, that girl will die before your eyes. Jinin Akebino said, spitting up blood. After these words, the swordsman turned around with a katana in his chest, and the guy didn't expect that. He twisted it into a grip and shouted, "Come on guys, kill her." 2 swordsmen attacked Itachi and started beating her. She couldn't resist them, as they were more numerous and experienced. When she couldn't block a blow to the head, she fell and the crow mask fell. Cutie. Too bad I have to kill you. The swordsman shouted, swinging his arm to strike. A sword was flying towards her neck to commit murder. Naruto, do something, she's going to die now. The fox screamed in the boy's head. Naruto released a huge amount of Kurama chakra, and the one who held Naruto flew a couple of meters away. The brunette with the Kurama mod turned on flew to Itachi. The girl was already prepared for death, but out of nowhere the brunette appeared and a sword flew across his back, which seriously wounded him. From the pain, Naruto fell to his knees and began to cough up blood. Naruto, no, why? Itachi screamed with tears. She was hysterical. Run, I'll be fine, the guy said, stroking the girl's head, and then she disappeared in a black flash. The guy teleported her to a pre-prepared kunai, which was located 10 kilometers from the fortress. The girl fell on a green meadow and cried very hard. After all, today her beloved died, saving her. Itachi sat and cried for 10 minutes. She did not want to run, and what was the point of her living now? But a huge sound was heard. The girl turned towards the sound and saw a huge explosion. This made her cry even more, but then someone appeared. Naruto's POV. Run AA. I'll be fine. Where did she go? Reiga Kurosuke said angrily. She's already running towards Konoha, you won't catch her, the guy wheezed. Okay, We'll at least kill you. Hey, so you're going to kill me? You're wrong, I'm the one who's going to kill you, Naruto said coldly, which scared the two swordsmen. Naruto slowly stood up and a murderous aura began to emanate from him. He was covered in red chakra with 8 tails and said in a demonic voice, "Prepare to die." The swordsmen were a little stunned by such power, but after a couple of seconds they came to their senses and began to attack. Naruto in the fox's cloak threw them around like children. They were already lying on the ground and could not move. The guy's fox's cloak disappeared and he slowly began to approach the swordsmen with a katana. "No. Please have mercy. Spare. Ah. That's not too much you want." The guy approached the people lying on the ground and began to cut off their heads. Naruto looked at the whole picture and saw a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood and the former swordsmen of the mist lying there. He took the scroll and sealed the 4 criminals and began to leave. "And you're going to leave all this like this?" the fox asked in his subconscious. Now everything will be, the guy thought with a grin on his face. Naruto entered Kurama mode and became Kurama's avatar. He stretched out his hands and began to form a bomb of the tailed beast. After a couple of seconds, it was ready and a huge clot of chakra flew into the fortress. From such an explosion, nothing remained of the fortress and the corpses were successfully destroyed. "Hey, that's better," Kurama said laughing. He was happy with this arrangement. "I'm trying." Naruto, after all this, teleported to the kunai he had placed for retreat. He saw a black-haired girl sitting in tears. And said, "NPOV Naruto. I told you to run away, so why are you sitting here?" The guy said with confusion in his voice. The girl turned towards the voice and saw a living guy. She sat like that for another minute while she processed the information. "Hey, did you see a ghost?" "Naruto, you're alive. You fool, why worry me so much?" Itachi cried out in tears, then pounced on him and hugged him. "What? You said it yourself, who needs me?" the guy said smiling, looking into the girl's eyes. "Idiot, I need you, because Itachi tried to say, wiping away tears. "What? I love you," the girl screamed, causing her to close her eyes, afraid that he would refuse her. Naruto felt very pleased with these words, and for the first time since his grandfather and Obito, he felt that they were worried about him and loved him. "I love you too, Itachi." After that, Naruto kissed the girl. Itachi was a little confused, but responded to the kiss. She was very happy that he loved her too and pressed herself against him. "And please, don't do that again. I'm worried about you." "Okay, my love, I won't do it again." The girl is very happy, because the one she loves called her beloved. "What about your wounds?" "These scratches. Kurama's chakra healed me. Don't worry, I'll live," he said with a smile. "Okay, darling," said the girl, then kissed him. They sat like that for a long time, kissing and hugging. They were talking about something while looking at the moon. End of Chapter 7. Commentary on Chapter 7, Konoha's Ghost rewritten. Chapter 8, B Rank Mission. Chapter 8. Konoha. It was hot outside, and people were busy with their own affairs. A guy was walking down a village street and thinking about something. Not about something, but about someone. After all, a week had passed since Naruto and Itachi confessed their love, and at the same time completed a very difficult S+ rank mission. Flashback. 2 Anbu, wearing the ghost and crow mask, were running across the rooftops of the village. They were heading to the Hokage to report that their mission had been accomplished. At this time, Minato Namikaze sat and was very nervous, because he himself sent his son on a dangerous mission. The Hokage walked around his office and thought about something. They've been gone for 2 days. Maybe something happened. Someone interrupted his thoughts, and Minato knew perfectly well who it was without turning around. Only this person comes in without knocking. "Minato, where is Naruto? I haven't seen him in the village for 2 days." Kushina asked worriedly. "Oh, that, well, he's on a mission," the blonde said, scratching the back of his head. "On a mission? On what mission exactly?" "Yes, they're to kill criminals and that's it," the blonde said as plausibly as possible. He didn't want Kushina to find out that their son goes on such difficult missions. "I see." Before she could finish speaking, 2 people wearing Anbu masks appeared. And Kushina recognized this mask and was happy. "Hokage-sama, the S+ rank mission has been completed. All 4 swordsmen of the mist have been killed. Here is the scroll with their bodies," the guy said, taking off his mask. At these words, Kushina attacked Minato and began to kill him. So you mean kill ordinary bandits? What if something happened to him and Itachi got hurt? The woman screamed. Kushina-san, don't be afraid. I myself am very glad that I am given such difficult missions, the brunette said in a cold tone. Kushina calmed down and was very alarmed by the sight of Naruto. He was covered in blood and his Anbu armor was torn. Are you okay, Naruto? Why are you covered in blood? Minato asked worriedly. Itachi, are you okay? Mikoto is worried too, the woman asked worriedly. Yes, I'm fine. If it weren't for Naruto, I would already be dead, the girl said, simultaneously taking the guy's hand. Minato and Kushina immediately realized that there was something between these two, but Kushina decided to ask again. You are meeting. Kushina did not have time to finish. Yes, we are dating. The girl screamed, red as a tomato. Yes, the guy said with a strained smile. He didn't want to show his emotions in front of his parents. Minato and Kushina stood looking at the young couple. The red-haired woman was as happy as ever and was running around the entire office. Minato just stood there and looked at them with a smile. I'm going to Mikoto. I need to tell her the news. And she was gone like the wind. God, now the whole village will find out, Naruto said and sighed. Good, thank you for your work. You know where to get the money. I'll give you a week off. There is Hokage-sama, and the two went about their business. End flashback. The black-haired boy walked through the streets of Konoha and mentally talked to his best friend. Kurama, what do you think of Itachi's birthday? It's in a week, Naruto asked his best friend. How should I know? Am I her boyfriend or are you? I think it's flowers and I don't know. I found the right person to ask, the fox muttered. Ahaha, okay, don't be angry. Do you think the pendant on the neck will be good as a gift? I think so, yes, it will be for life. Well, that's decided. Then I'll go to the store and choose something, the guy thought happily. Naruto was walking around sunny Konoha, and someone called him. The guy turned around and saw. POV team number 7. Sensei Kakashi, are we going to take on a mission to plow the garden again? Konohamaru shouted, not pleased. I don't know what the Hokage will give us. Maybe something else. Well, if something rank D happens again, I'll do something terrible. The girl shouted angrily. Calm down, maybe they'll give you something more complicated, the guy said with hope in his voice. Oh, Amy, look, isn't that your brother? Konohamaru said, pointing at the guy walking towards him. Oh, right, brother, the girl shouted with a smile. End POV team number 7. Oh, hi everyone. Amy, is something wrong? The guy asked with a forced smile. Hi, no, I just saw you and decided to say hello. Are you off today? Kakashi asked with interest. Yes, the last day, so I'm walking. Oh yeah, Amy, Sasuke, how are you doing with the techniques I gave you? I'm doing well, I'm just at stage 2, the brunette said smiling. Me too, I've already moved on to stage 3, the girl shouted in her usual manner. Hey, well done, Naruto said smiling. Okay, we're going to the Hokage on a new mission, the red-haired beast said goodbye. Okay, bye. Team 7 and Naruto went their separate ways. The brunette decided to practice a little at the training ground in using a katana. He came to the second training ground and began training. After an hour of training, he wanted to leave, but he noticed people he knew. They were Itachi and Shisui. Hello Naruto. The girl ran up and hugged the guy. Hey buddy, are you training? Shisui asked smiling. Hello everyone. Yes, I want to improve my katana skills a little. Yours is already at a high level. That's right, come on, train us in your sword art, said the brunette, after which he made a sad face. Okay, let's get started, Naruto said smiling. Naruto and his friends continued training for a long time, but had to interrupt it. Anbu, appeared near the main character. Uchiha Naruto, Hokage-sama is calling you for a mission. What? But why only Naruto? The girl asked excitedly. I don't know, after these words, the Anbu disappeared into Shunshin. Don't be afraid, I'll be there soon, the guy hugged and kissed the girl. Okay, be careful. Good luck, the guy shouted and waved his hand after Naruto as he left. The boy quickly walked towards the Anbu base to put on his gear. He wondered why he was called on his day off again, and alone. He would understand if Itachi and Shisui were busy. After he put on his Anbu gear, he headed towards the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, the Hokage sat and read one task that did not give him peace. Everything was very strange with this old man, but his thoughts were interrupted by the Anbu with the ghost mask that appeared in a flash. They called Hokage-sama, the brunette said, standing on one knee. Naruto, take off your mask, I have a strange task here. What? Something complicated. What rank? The guy asked with interest. Well, she's like, rank B, and I want, he didn't have time to finish. What rank? Am I a genin to you? The guy shouted angrily. No, I just want to say that the task may be higher in rank, not as the customer assumes. And what is this task? The guy asked coldly. Old man architect asked to be guarded on his way to his village in the land of waves, but he is not telling me something. And I have sent Team 7 to carry out this, please keep an eye on them. I don't want anything to happen to them, please do this for Army's sake, Minato said with hope in his voice. Good, when should we start? Right now. Team number 7 has already left the village with the old man. There is Hokage-sama, the guy shouted and disappeared in a black flash. Minato leaned back in his chair and mentally thanked Naruto for agreeing to carry out the mission. On the way to the land of waves, the guy quickly ran after Team 7, because they had already gone far, but after 30 minutes he caught up with them. The guy hid his chakra and began to slowly walk behind them. He jumped on the trees so that they wouldn't notice. Nothing happened the whole time, and Naruto mentally killed his father for giving him a simple task, but he was interested in this old man, so nervous. It looks like something is fishy here. The guy noticed 2 puddles on the road. This made him wary, but he realized that Kakashi had noticed it too, but for some reason hadn't said anything to his team. The guy didn't dare do anything, but simply began to watch them. I won't describe it all. In short, everything was like in canon, but instead of Naruto there was Konohamaru. And Amy and Sasuke communicate with him normally. After everyone found out the truth that the mission was much higher ranked, Naruto thought about returning to Konoha, but everyone decided to go further to help the old man. Naruto didn't approve of this because it could be dangerous, but if he was with them, then everything would be fine and he slowly followed them. After another day of walking, they passed the border of the country of waves, and almost reached the old man's village. Everything was quiet until Kakashi shouted, "Get down." A huge sword flew over them and pierced a tree, and some shinobi stood on this sword. Oh, the puppies from Konoha, and the copy ninja Kakashi himself, Zabuza said in a cold voice. Oh yeah, Kakashi has a Sharingan, but not Obito's, but another Uchiha's. He also got it after the Uchiha died in the war. I didn't dwell on it too much. Momoki Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, the ash-haired man said in surprise. Give me the architect and I will spare your life. No, we won't give him up. Amy shouted as always. Little one, shut up, or I'll kill you, Zabuza shouted. He didn't like children. Everyone, protect Mr. Tazuna. He is very dangerous, Kakashi said, opening his left eye. Everything was like in canon. Kakashi got trapped in water, and the kids pulled him out of there. Naruto didn't interfere because no one was in danger of dying. He just watched the kids' teamwork. Amy and Sasuke were very strong, but Konohamaru was a little weaker. After Kakashi came out of the water prison, he started to attack him. Kakashi almost killed him with Chidori, but a huge sword came and stopped them from fighting. They both couldn't figure out what it was or where it came from, but Zabuza recognized the sword. Hee, looks like I'm just in time. A man with a shark's face and a cloak with red clouds emerged from the fog. Kisame, why are you here? Zabuza asked in surprise. Kisame Hoshigaki, are you involved in this too? The ash-haired man said seriously. Naruto sat and watched at this time. It looked like the funeral of the 4th Hokage was cancelled. He knew that Kisame was very strong, but he didn't understand why he was here. Oh, it seems I'm very famous. And yes, I don't know what you got me into here, but I came for Zabuza. What? Why do you need me? You are invited to join the Akatsuki organization, the half-human said with a smile. What good does this do me? You do the work, and we pay you. Okay, I agree, but only one person will go with me. Haku, come here, he shouted and a guy in an Anbu mask appeared. Okay, let's go. Kakashi stood still so that he wouldn't be noticed. He didn't want his team to be killed, since they had no chance to forgive Zabuza and kiss him, but someone appeared in the middle. Kakashi didn't understand who it was. He stood with his back turned. Zabuza and Kisum saw an Anbu with a ghost mask and they realized who it was. Oh, the ghost of Konoha himself is here, I wonder, the Akatsuki member said with a grin. It's him, the ghost, the one who killed the 4 swordsmen of the mist. Zabuza said with fear. Everyone was surprised to see him there, especially the Konoha people. And Kakashi realized that the Hokage had assigned an Anbu to his team, but he didn't think it would be a ghost. Kisum Hoshigaki and Zabuza Momoki, you are the renegades of your villages and you must die, the masked boy said coldly. The Konoha people didn't know who was under the mask, but Amy and Sasuke were very familiar with his voice. Kakashi had seen him somewhere, too, but where? Ahaha, attack, very interesting, Kisum shouted. Team number 7, stay out of this. I'll handle it myself, the brunette said coldly. Kakashi just nodded and began to watch. Naruto turned on his Sharingan and flew at the swordsmen at full speed. They could barely keep up with him. The guy decided to knock out Zabuza right away. He was already exhausted from the battle with Kakashi. And he created 5 clones around the swordsman. They all shouted together, Kitsune Flame, Eternal Flame. Everyone who watched the fight immediately realized who was under the mask. After all, only one person knew such techniques. The swordsman was roasted to death by this flame. When Haku saw this, he was shocked and ran with all his anger at Naruto. The guy did not play with him and turned on an incomplete Susanoo, then caught him with his hand and squeezed him dead. The children almost threw up from this scene. Kiss him, you're next. Ahaha, and you are a strong opponent and I will not hold back. Naruto covered himself in Kurama's 9-tailed chakra and attacked the swordsman. Kisum blocked the blow with his sword, but Naruto's 6 tails suddenly disappeared, which surprised him greatly. What the hell, Kurama, what was that? The guy thought, not understanding. It looks like his sword is eating your and my chakra, be careful. Kurama shouted in his head. Now it's clear. This complicates the task, the guy thought, not taking the mask off the half-human. The main thing is don't touch the sword, and everything will be fine, the fox said calmly. Hey, and your chakra is very tasty. Samehada liked it. Okay, I understand everything, said the guy and again covered himself in chakra with 9 tails. The black-haired swordsman's bill was like a pear, and his sword didn't help much. He just couldn't keep up with him so that Samehada could absorb his chakra. After the final blow, Kisum flew back and broke a bunch of trees in his path. Well, what, are you done? Aha, not yet. Now I'll show you why they call me the Tailless Bayou. After these words, Kisum said the technique, large water prison. And a huge dome of water appeared, 100 by 100 meters. Then the swordsman merged with his sword, and became like a half shark and half man. Hey, now you can't leave, and your roommates will die from lack of air. Naruto turned his gaze to the Konoha people and realized that he couldn't hesitate, since they were already starting to choke. What a vile guy you are, but that's not enough. The guy quickly swam up to everyone and told everyone to stand around him. Kisum didn't understand what he wanted to do and just watched. Naruto's fox cover disappeared, but a skeleton of Susanoo began to appear, which enveloped them all. So what? You still won't be able to get out of prison. You think so? Stabilization, he said, squeezing his hand. The skeleton of Susanoo began to grow high up the mountain, and a huge blue samurai stood there. That now the water prison was no problem for him and he calmly cut it into pieces. And yes, don't write that he could just teleport everyone outside the dome, or just to Konoha. Yes, you are just a monster, the swordsman said with fear. Look at yourself first, shark. Naruto didn't play around anymore and simply cut him with his Susanoo sword. The huge Susanoo began to disappear and everyone noticed it. When everyone came down they stood and looked at the guy in the Anbu mask. What is it? The guy with the ghost mask asked, confused. Thank you very much, Kakashi said, scratching his head. Brother Naruto, you are so strong, said the girl, which made the guy a little confused. He was finally exposed. Can you summon Susanoo too? Sasuke asked with interest. Yes, I have a BMW. All the kids said was, cool. Team 7 went to the builder's house, and Naruto went to seal the corpses. After all, they were renegades from the villages and could be sold on the black market. which he would do. No one would refuse money. The team calmly completed the mission of protecting the builder. When Gato and his thugs attacked them, the shinobi did not care much and killed everyone. Naruto did not interfere anymore and only watched from the shadows. After the construction of the bridge was completed, it was named after Naruto. That is, the Great Ghost Bridge. End of Chapter 8. Commentary on Chapter 8B Rank Mission. Rewritten. Chapter 9 Shinobi Life. Chapter 9. Konoha. The Konoha shinobi had returned safely to their home village. They were heading to the Hokage residence to report on their mission. An Anbu in a ghost mask followed them in the shadows to also hand in a report. He was interested in why the Akatsuki organization was recruiting new people and this worried him. Hokage's office. As always, there was complete silence in the office. Only the sound of rustling sheets of paper could be heard. Minato Namikaze and part-time 4th Hokage, as always, was immersed in his work. There was a knock on the door and he answered automatically. Come in. 4 shinobi entered the office and they were Kakashi Hatake and his team. He was very happy that they were all alive and well. Oh, you're back already. How's the mission going? Did anything unusual happen? Guys, you go ahead, and I'll hand in the report myself. Kakashi said in a commanding tone, causing the children to leave. 3 genin left the office and went about their business. Some went home, and some went to Ichiraku. After that, a guy with a ghost mask appeared next to Kakashi. Hokage-sama, the mission has been successfully completed. As you thought, the mission was of a higher rank. The Anbu said coldly. Yes, the old man hid from us that he was being hunted by bandits and renegades from the villages, but there was also the swordsman of the mist, Momoki Zabuza, Kakashi said seriously. I see. Good. I think the mission was at least rank A, Minato said thoughtfully. And also, a very strong shinobi appeared there. I think the mission was at least S rank, the masked guy said very seriously. Ha, and who is that? One of the swordsmen of the mist, Kisame Hoshigaki. He invited Zabuza to the organization, Akatsuki, to which he agreed. Naruto retold everything that happened. And where are they now? Killed. Here is a scroll with their bodies, he said and put the scroll on the table. Naruto did not hand over the bodies to the black market. He had enough money that Madara gave him. Good. I award this task rank S. Kakashi is dismissed. Naruto, stay. The ash-haired shinobi left the office and they continued talking about something. Anything else? Naruto, take off your mask. And I would like to ask you, the blonde said with fear. So what? Please, be a little warmer with Kushina. I don't recognize her anymore, she's always sad and doesn't want to smile, Minato said sadly. And what about me? I was always sad and didn't smile, but I didn't ask to be thrown out of the family. Naruto shouted angrily. Please hate me, it's all my fault, but be a little warmer towards her, the Hokage said with hope in his voice. After these words, a deathly silence fell in the office. The brunette looked very angrily at his grief-stricken father, and thought about something. Minato lowered his head and hoped that he would not refuse. The brunette decided to break the silence of the grave. Okay, I'll try, the guy said coldly and looked at the blonde with a burning gaze. Spa, thank you very much, the blonde said with a strained smile. Can I go? Yes, and please give this scroll to Itachi, tell her that it is her salary for her mission. Naruto. Good. The guy in the Anbu uniform disappeared in a black flash. He went to the Anbu base to take off his equipment. The Hokage was very happy at that moment, because he agreed. Will you really treat her warmly? Kurama asked in his subconscious. No way, but I'll try to make friends, the guy answered calmly. Hey, well, okay, the fox said, laughing. So, what should we do now? You were asked to give the scroll to your beloved. The fox laughed. Exactly, and shut up, or I'll pull out all your mustaches. The guy thought angrily. Okay. The boy walked quickly towards the Uchiha quarter. He wanted to see Itachi as soon as possible. But first he ran into Ichiraku ramen, as they say. Love is love, but lunch is on schedule. Naruto noticed that someone was already sitting there and it was team number 7. The guy talked and ate his favorite, ramen. Uchiha clan quarter. A black-haired guy stood near the house of the head of the Uchiha clan. He knocked and one could hear, come in. Naruto took off his shinobi sandals and entered the hallway. He saw two people there who were talking about something. The guy did not expect to see her here and was a little confused. Oh. Naruto, hi. What happened? The woman asked with a smile. Hello, Naruto, Kushina said in a sad voice. The guy stood and sighed. Hello Mikoto-san and Mama. Where is Itachi? The brunette said in an indifferent voice. Kushina immediately cheered up at these words, because he called her, Mom. Mikoto was also a little surprised by this, but quickly answered. Itachi is in his room, it's on the second floor. Thank you. After the guy left, the two women started discussing something. Well, he called you, Mom, and you already gave in. Yes, but for some reason he's so cold towards me, the woman said a little sadly. Don't be afraid. This will pass. Hope. Naruto wandered around the huge house and couldn't find Itachi's room. He was already very angry and decided to ask Kurama to determine where her chakra was. The fox laughed his ass off, but agreed. She's at the end of the corridor, the right door. Kurama laughed like crazy. Thank you, the guy thought with a dissatisfied face. The brunette walked quickly towards the room and entered it very angry, and said something, opening the door. Itachi. Why do you need such a huge do? The guy didn't finish. A girl in underwear appeared in front of the guy. The girl was confused by this, and the guy's face turned red from this scene, like the hair in the jugs. Naruto quickly covered his eyes with his hands. He left the room, slammed the door and said something. Sorry. I forgot to knock. The guy behind the door shouted. He stood there and thought that he was going to get it in full, but he heard someone coming to the door and opening it. The guy saw naked Itachi and was confused. The girl quickly took his hand and pulled him into the room. Hey, I don't want to. Before the guy could say anything, the girl kissed him. You know, I even like that you saw me like this, the girl said, hugging the guy. The brunette was confused and didn't understand why this had happened to him, but he quickly came to his senses. Maybe you, this, get dressed, said the guy, blushing. What don't you like? She said in the guy's ear. The girl took the guy by the hand and threw him on the bed. She climbed on him. Naruto definitely did not expect this and hugged her. Itachi, what are you doing? The guy asked in surprise. Don't you want this? She said, kissing the boy. Naruto smiled and hugged her. He turned the girl over and ended up on top, looking straight into her face. Of course I want to, but wait another 2 years, the guy said with a smile. You're such a bore, the girl said in a slightly angry tone. The couple got out of bed and said something. Get dressed already, it suits you very well. The guy said laughing. Stop staring, Itachi said with a red face. Hey, and why can't I look at my favorite? The guy said laughing. Wait outside the door, the girl said, seething. Okay, he said with a smile and left the room. Naruto stood near the door and thought about something, namely about his future wife, but someone disturbed his thoughts. What a moron you are. What are we waiting for? The fox shouted in bewilderment. No, it's too early, I don't need a child at 16 years old. Well, whatever you want, I'll save you. Go, Miss Sleeping Beauty. The guy thought, smiling. Shut up, Kurama muttered. A door opened before the guy's eyes, and a black-haired girl came out, but with a red face. They looked at each other for a long time, and Itachi decided to break the silence. What did you want? The girl asked, blushing. I brought you your salary for the mission. Thank you. Would you like some tea? I won't refuse. The boy and the girl went to the first floor to the kitchen. When they arrived, they saw Fugaku, Mikoto and Kushina drinking tea. Everyone who was sitting in the kitchen paid attention to the two people. Oh. Would you like some tea? Mikoto asked. Yes, I'll brew it myself. Naruto, sit down, Itachi answered calmly. The guy sat down at the table and talked about something with everyone. Itachi made tea and sat down next to the guy. Naruto, when is the wedding? Fugaku asked with a smile. The guy choked on his tea, and the girl blushed like a tomato. Everyone present laughed at this scene, but they were also interested in what the brunette would answer. Dad, what are you saying? The girl cried out, embarrassed. Yes, I'm interested too, Kushina said, nodding. Ahem, in a couple of years, let's not rush into it, the guy said, blushing a little. Hey, okay, Kushina said, a little upset. I see, was all Mikoto added. They were all still drinking tea together in peace and quiet, just like here. Two little devils named Amy and Sasuke flew into the kitchen and started shouting about something. Mom, we agreed to participate, Sasuke shouted. Participation? Mikoto asked with interest. In the Chunin exam. Amy finished her words. Two genin shouted in chorus and looked at everyone with a joyful face. Everyone just laughed and got a little worried, because you could die during the exam. Mikoto and Kushina didn't like it very much, but they hoped that everything would be fine. Oh yeah, brother, I was just at Dad's. He asked you to come to him with Itachi, said the red-haired girl. Okay, shall we go Itachi? Yes, let's go. Maybe a new task. Two Uchiha came out of the house and walked along the block holding hands. They noticed people they knew and they were Shisui and Azumi. Everyone came up to each other and said hello. Itachi and Azumi are best friends, since childhood. They have also been dating for a long time, but they hid it from everyone, until Naruto caught them. Are you walking too? The girl asked, smiling. Yes, and where are you going? Azumi asked. We were called to the Hokage, Naruto answered calmly. A new mission? Shisui asked with interest. Anything is possible, okay, let's go, Naruto said, and they went about their business. The couple walked hand in hand through the evening, Konoha, and talked about everything. The guys looked at Naruto angrily, and the girls at Itachi. And the two Uchihas found it very funny. Itachi was glad that she was with her beloved Akatsuki base. At this time, in the dark room stood many people with black cloaks and red clouds. Everyone was talking about something, or rather listening to a guy with purple eyes. All the people in the room were dangerous apostates of their villages. I want to report the murder of our comrade, kiss him, the boy with purple eyes said coldly. These words left everyone a little shocked. Who could have killed him? After all, he was at the level of Kage. What? But who killed him? He is very strong. The snake-like man asked with interest. Yes, and Zabuza is dead too. The guy finished. They were killed by the ghost of Konoha, the cactus-like half-human said, laughing. Everyone who heard this nickname was shocked. After all, you can say he killed 6 swordsmen of the mist, who were as strong as Kage. The ghost of Konoha, he is very dangerous. It is better not to go to Konoha for now, the doll said in a cold voice. That's right, we need to find new people for the organization. I'll tell you what to do next later, said the head of the organization. Hokage's office. The two Uchiha entered the office and greeted each other. Minato was also glad to see them. And he began the conversation. I have called you on one matter. In a month, there will be an exam for Chunin. In a week, your team, Ro, will be given a task for 2 weeks. You will have to hand over scrolls with invitations to participate. Okay, but what if someone from the villages refuses? The guy asked coldly. It's okay, they just won't take part in the exam. I see. Are we free? The girl asked with a smile. Yes, you can go. 2 people left the office and headed towards the exit of the residence. Maybe we should go to the Hokage Rock. It's sunset there now, the brunette asked with a smile. Okay, let's go. They came and sat on the Hokage mountain, and began to look at the beautiful sunset while hugging and talking about something. Naruto, my birthday is the day after tomorrow, will you come? The girl asked. Of course, I've already bought you a present. What gift? Itachi asked with interest. Hey, you'll see the day after tomorrow, he said and kissed her. End of chapter 9. Commentary on chapter 9 Shinobi Life. I reconciled Naruto and Kushina a little, no need to throw tomatoes. Sorry, but there won't be anything interesting in this chapter. The next chapter will be more interesting. Rewritten. Chapter 10 Journey. Commentary on chapter 10 Journey. Guys, I changed the style of the text a little, otherwise it was really jarring. Syab for 300 likes. Rewritten. Chapter 10. An ordinary day, beautiful sunny weather outside, everyone was doing their work, but for someone this day is very important, namely for the black-haired girl. Today was a special day for the daughter of the head of the Uchiha clan, namely her 16th birthday. Everyone in the family was very happy about this, and were preparing for the holiday. After all, many guests will come soon. Meanwhile, the black-haired guy calmly walked to the birthday girl's house, in the company of his friends, Shisui and Azumi. They were also invited to the party. Mostly all the guests were from the Uchiha clan, but there was an exception, in the form of the Namika's family. They were friends with them. While the three Uchiha were walking, the conversation about gifts dragged on. Everyone was interested in what they would give the birthday girl. Hey, Naruto, what are you going to give Itachi? The guy asked with interest in his eyes. He was very interested in whose gift would be better. Yes, what will you give? The girl, who looked a bit like Itachi, asked curiously. Hey, that's what I told you. You'll see later. The guy smiled and answered the questions that were asked with interest. Oh well, the two Uchiha said with a sigh. They were very interested, but they were disappointed. They wanted to find out faster, and they quickened their pace to get to the house faster. Uchiha clan quarter. 3 people were approaching the clan leader's house. When they approached the house, they saw familiar faces. A young family was entering the house, Obito and Rin. Itachi had also become friends with Obito, and they had been friends with Rin for a long time. The guests who had just arrived congratulated the birthday girl, and the girl escorted them to the table, until someone knocked on the door. She quickly went to the door and opened it. There stood her best friends and her beloved. Everyone greeted the girl and began to hand out gifts. Happy birthday. Here, take a gift from me. The girl took out a small box and handed it to Itachi. She was very interested in what was in it and immediately opened the box. There were very beautiful, golden earrings in it. Thank you very much, the girl said with a smile. Congratulations, here is my gift, said the girl's best friend, and opened a long box from the scroll. Everyone was interested in what was in it. When Shisui opened it, there was a beautiful katana. Thank you, Shisui, said the very happy girl, and took the gift in her hands. Now it's my turn. My love, happy birthday. Here's my present, the brunette said with a smile, and took out a small box. He opened it and took out a beautiful blue pendant. The guy did not hesitate and put the pendant on the girl's neck. It was just glowing, because there was chakra inside. Everyone was shocked by such a beautiful gift. My chakra is in it. If something happens, just send your chakra into it. I will be able to quickly teleport to you, the guy said with a smile, looking into the girl's joyful eyes. Thank you, my love, said the black-haired girl, and hugged the guy. She was very happy with such a beautiful gift. After congratulations, Itachi invited everyone to the table. When they arrived, they saw Obito and Rin sitting. They were talking with Fugaku. Everyone said hello and sat down with everyone, talking about something. After 5 minutes, someone knocked on the door and it was the Namika's family. They also congratulated the girl on her 16th birthday and sat down at the table. So about 5 hours passed. Everyone was talking and drinking. Then everyone said goodbye and went home. Naruto and Itachi went for a walk around the evening Konoha, until sunset. 5 days have passed Hokage's office. It was raining heavily outside. The streets of Konoha were somehow unusual. There were always a lot of people, but now there was not a single soul. Everyone was sitting at home or in eateries. The village leader and 3 people in masks were sitting in the office. He was telling something to his subordinates. As you may have guessed, you have a new mission. The Chunin exam is about to begin, and you must hand over the invitation scrolls to all the great villages and collect signatures. The Hokage said seriously. Since the mission was very important, it was decided to send Team Ro. Is it clear? How much time are we given to complete the mission? The guy in the ghost mask asked in a cold tone, taking the scrolls in his hands. You have 1 week to complete the task. Here is the task dossier. Everything is written there, the blonde said, handing over the book to everyone present. If one of the villagers refuses, what to do then? The second guy in the wolf mask said with interest. After all, you need to know all the intricacies of the task. It's okay, they just won't participate in the exam, the village Hokage said with a sigh. He hoped that everyone would agree to participate. Okay, can we go? A serious and feminine voice sounded from under the raven mask. Yes, you can go. And please, come back alive, the Hokage said in a quiet voice, clenching his hands into fists. Hi, all 3 shouted and disappeared into the shunshin. They did not hesitate and immediately set off on their way. On the way. It was raining heavily over the dense forest, but that didn't stop the shinobi. 3 shinobi were jumping quickly along the tree branches. They skillfully moved along the wet branches using chakra. Captain, which village should we run to first? Said the masked guy running behind. Naruto became the captain of the squad, because he was the strongest of the 3. and no one was against it. Let's go to Suna first, it's the closest. I hope it doesn't rain there, I hear it rarely rains there, said the girl wearing the raven mask. After 10 hours of running, 3 shinobi ran out of the dense forest and saw emptiness. There was nothing, only sand and a scorching sun in the sky. They began to run on the scorching sand, because it was still a couple of hours to the village. Phew, it would be better if it rained, otherwise I'm going to burn up from this heat, the guy said, tired from the heat. Shisui can't understand you, you don't need rain, but now you do. Naruto, how much longer do we have to run? The girl said in an outrageous tone. Be patient, a little more to the village, and we will have enough water, we will not die of thirst. On the horizon, one of the great villages of Sunagakur appeared. It was sharpened by rocks, because of which it was almost invisible. It was possible to get into the village itself through the main entrance, which was carved into the rocks. The shinobi of Konoha went to the entrance. Sunagakur. Under the scorching sun, the shinobi of the village stood and guarded the entrance. They had already gotten used to this temperature. It would have been difficult for an ordinary person to stand for so long. The guards noticed 3 people in Anbu masks. They were already wary and were thinking of going into battle, but the guy in the black mask raised his hands up, explaining that he had not come to fight. The guards relaxed a little and let the Anbu get closer. Who are you and what do you want? We don't expect guests, especially shinobi. Hello, we are ambassadors from Konoha, we have been tasked with delivering the scroll, Kazekage-sama. Oh, you are the ghost of Konoha. Okay, we'll let you through, follow me. 3 masked men were walking along the village street. Everyone was looking at them with interest, especially the guy with the black mask. After all, everyone had heard of the shinobi with the black mask, and everyone understood that they were from Konoha. The Anbu guys were also looking at the village. It was unusual for them that all the houses were made of sand or stone. After a 10-minute walk, everyone saw the residence. It was round in shape, and also seemed to be made of sand. In the Kazekage's office. In his office sat a man, the same age as Minato. He had black pigmentation under his eyes and dark red hair. He was writing something on his desk, but he heard a knock on the door and allowed him to enter. 4 people entered the room and greeted each other. One of them was a shinobi of the village, and the rest were wearing Anbu masks. Kazekage-sama, there are ambassadors from Konoha to see you. I have brought them to you. Okay, you can go free. And what do you need? In our village, they also sent the ghost of Konoha with his team. The sand shinobi quickly left the office, and the guy in the black mask began the conversation. We are instructed to give you a scroll from Hokage-sama. For you to sign it if you agree to participate in the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam. I wonder when it'll be. In a month, if you agree, then sign the scroll. Okay, I'll sign. You're probably tired, don't you want to stay with us? Thanks for the hospitality, but no. We still have many villages to run around. Okay, well you can go, and thanks for the invitation. Team Rho set out for the exit of the village. They still had a long way to go. They wanted to finish the mission as quickly as possible and return home. And once again running under the scorching sun, everyone decided that the next goal was Hidden Mist Village. On the road to Kirigakure. Naruto, why didn't we stay and rest? The girl asked in a tired voice. We'll rest, but in the next village. It'll take half a day to get there. Okay, whatever you say. After a day of running, the Konoha shinobi crossed the border of the country of water. Everyone was very happy to see trees and a normal climate, but there were some peculiarities, very strong humidity and constant fog. It was very difficult to notice the village, but with the help of the Sharingan, everything is clearly visible. The ambushes were quickly let into the village and they immediately went to the residence. The Mizukage was sitting in her office and doing her job, but there was a knock on the door and 3 shinobi with masks entered and they greeted each other. The head of the village immediately noticed the guy with the black mask. I understand you are from Konoha, the ghost of Konoha himself. Why have you come? Mizukage-sama, we have been given a mission to collect signatures. If you wish to participate in the Chunin exam. I wonder, can you answer my question? Do you have a girlfriend? From such words, everyone was a little confused, including the guy himself. At this time, Itachi was mentally killing this hag. Well there is, but what does that have to do with it? Too bad, I'm just interested in strong men. And everyone knows about the ghost of Konoha. The girl with the crow mask was already standing and boiling, but skillfully restrained herself. Shisui hoped that she would not do anything. So, do you agree to participate? Yes. Let me sign. If you want, you can stay with us. I can give you rooms in the hotel. I think you are tired from the journey. Thank you, we won't refuse. Mizukage called some shinobi to her office and ordered him to escort the Anbu to the hotel. Everyone followed him as quickly as possible, because everyone was tired and wanted to sleep. When they arrived, they saw a beautiful building. Inside they were already waiting to show them the rooms. Everyone was given a personal room, nothing extra inside, a bed, a kitchen, and a toilet. The Konoha members quickly went to sleep, because they still had a long way to go. On the way to the hidden cloud village. The next morning, Team Ro set out with renewed vigor. Their next destination was Kumogakure. It was 2 days away from the land of water. According to Naruto's calculations, they should be able to complete the mission within the allotted time. On the way to the land of lightning, there were only mountains, and it felt like they were walking towards the clouds. After all, the cloud village was built high in the mountains. Naruto and his team had a hard time getting used to such changes. In the mountains, the air pressure is less and it is harder to run. After many hours of running, the village itself appeared on the horizon. It was near and in the mountains, and the houses were made in the mountains. Everyone was happy to see the village and thought only about rest, but first they had to go to the rakeage. The Anbu introduced themselves as ambassadors from Konoha, and they were allowed through, alone. Everyone went straight to the residence, but the Anbu of the village were watching them from the shadows. Rakeage residence. Near the window, stood a tall dark-skinned man with a large muscle mass and thought about something. He had already been warned that shinobi from Konoha were coming to him. As someone knocked on the door, after permission, 3 shinobi with Anbu masks entered the office. Oh. Minato sent the ghost of Konoha, himself and his son at the same time. I wonder, but why? Minato and are on good terms and never thought of fighting each other. Even when Minato became Hokage, they signed a peace treaty. I knows that he is the son of the Hokage, but he doesn't know his name. We have a task to hand over a scroll with an invitation to participate in the Chunin exam. If you agree, then sign this scroll. I see, but I have one condition. I want to spar with you. If you win, I'll sign. Otherwise it's boring, without a strong opponent. Shisui and Itachi did not like these words. They know well about the strength of the 4th Raikage and his speed. But Naruto was also happy to fight with a strong opponent. Okay, I agree. My fists are itching. Hey, what a mood. I like you, kid. Follow me to the range. 10 minutes later, 2 people were standing on the training ground, the Raikage and a guy in a ghost mask. Many people came to watch this fight. Everyone looked at the guy with interest. According to the stories, he is very strong. Naruto and Raikage ran at each other. They were equal in strength and speed, but Naruto had Sharingan. Hey, I was very surprised by this and realized that he was from the Uchiha clan. It helped him a lot with attacks. Raikage, it was very difficult to fight with Sharingan, and he covered himself with a lightning cover. It became harder for the guy to keep up with his blows, and he jumped away from him. Hey, okay, then let's see who's faster. After these words Naruto entered Kurama mod. Everyone looked at him and did not understand what kind of power it was. The Raikage did not have time to swallow and the brunette disappeared from the place where he stood. The head of the village was able to dodge the blow only on instincts and great experience. He was shocked by such speed, because he was faster than Minato. Wow, you're faster than your father. He is not my father. After these words, everyone stood in bewilderment. Who was under the mask and what father was the Raikage talking about? Naruto, at full speed, began to attack the Raikage with a katana, which he barely dodged, at his maximum speed. Naruto, tired of this, created an avatar, Kurama, and attacked him with the help of tails. The Raikage, very surprised to see the 9-tailed, he realized that the guy, Jinchuriki. From this, all the people and the 2 shinobi who were standing and talking about something were also surprised. They were also Jinchuriki, Killer B and Yugito ni. B, look, he is also a Jinchuriki, just like us, but his strength is much greater than mine. Yes, his strength is surprising, said the guy in the style of a rap. Matatabi, she said that the 9-tailed one is very strong, and he hates people. So how did he become friends with him? My brother is going to blow now. The Raikage was very happy that he was fighting a strong opponent, but he was very tired and injured. He understood that he had no chance against this boy and said, "Okay, you win. Give me the scroll, I'll sign it." "Thank you, Raikage-sama. You really harassed me, you seem tired, do you mind if you stay with us to rest?" "We don't mind, thank you Raikage-sama." "Okay, now I'll ask someone to take you to the hotel." Naruto waved to his comrades and they came up. A few minutes later, the Cloud Shinobi ran up and told them to follow him. The shinobi led them to the hotel. They were very surprised by the building itself. It was built in the mountain itself and only the windows with balconies were outside. The shinobi said goodbye to them and went about his business. Naruto and his friends went into the hotel to take rooms, but as luck would have it, there were only 2 rooms left. But nothing can be done and they went to look for their rooms. "Okay, we'll somehow get along with Shisui." The guy in the black mask didn't have time to finish. "I'm so tired, good night." The guy walked quickly into the room and closed the door. "What? Hey, you forgot about me. Shisui, what a bastard. Will you have to sleep with me or are you against it?" The girl said, blushing, but it was not visible under the mask. "Okay, where am I going to go? I'll spend the night on the floor." The 2 Uchiha went inside and took off their masks. They wanted to go to bed. It was already dark outside and they were tired from the road. Naruto wandered around the room and thought about how best to lay out the blanket on the floor. "Hey, don't you dare sleep on the floor. You'll sleep with me, otherwise you won't get a good rest." The black-haired girl screamed, red as a tomato. "What? But I'm on the floor, not bad," the brunette said with a slightly red face. "No buts." Naruto and Itachi went to bed. The bed wasn't designed for 2 people and it was a bit cramped. "Good night, darling," the guy kissed the girl and hugged her. "Good night, darling," the girl hugged the guy and kissed him. After that, the couple quickly fell asleep, hugging each other, because the lack of sleep made itself felt. The next morning, everyone woke up with a clear head, and began to prepare for departure. The Raikage personally escorted the Konoha people to the exit of the village. "Goodbye, Raikage-sama," shouted 3 people in masks. "Goodbye, good luck." On the way to the country of Earth, Team Ro quickly ran to the country of Earth. Everyone, after resting, were full of energy, and in a day they should have time to run. Naruto, impatient to finish this task, and he sealed in a scroll, Shisui and Itachi. After that, he activated Kurama mod and flew at full speed to the village. 5 hours passed, the guy unsealed his friends, and they stood in front of the entrance to the village. The architecture of the village is quite unusual and consists of structures similar to rocks and stones, connected to each other by a network of bridges. The Tsuchikage's residence is the tallest structure with a conical roof and has the kanji for Earth. The Konoha people were let in, but under strict guard, they were led to the residence itself. After which they knocked and entered the office. There were a lot of people in the office, Anbu of stone and Shinobi of stone. Sitting and watching all this was a very small old man. He was the Tsuchikage of this village. "Ha, who are you and why did you come here? And you're from Konoha? If the ghost of Konoha himself is here, then something interesting is happening. Tsuchikage-sama, we have come to invite you to participate in the Chunin exam. If you agree, then sign this scroll." "Hey, no way, we don't need to take part in this exam. And I'll just kill you." Old Tsuchikage began to form a technique in his hands. Dust splitting. Naruto knew that this was a very dangerous technique, but he only folded his arms across his chest and said something. "Hey. Old man, you shouldn't do this." From under the guy's mask, the Sharingan appeared, or rather the VMSH. The old man was alarmed by what he saw. He was aware of the power of these eyes, even from the time of Madara Uchiha. Naruto, not fully turned on Susanoo and knocked out the wall in the office. All 3 Konoha men calmly jumped out of the office and disappeared in a black flash. They teleported to the kunai, which was already prepared in case of escape. "What an old fool," the guy with the wolf mask shouted angrily. "Ha, it's his own fault, now he'll have to rebuild his office," the girl said laughing. "Okay, now we can go home. I'll teleport us all to Konoha. Be very careful, because Konoha is very far away." "Okay, Captain." The guy took everyone by the hand and they disappeared in a black flash. Konoha. Near the village gates, as always, sat the eternal guards, Izumo and Kotetsu. They sat and talked about something, as a black flash appeared in front of them, and they fell from their chairs in surprise. 3 Anbu appeared in front of them. The guards realized who it was and calmed down. We're home. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 Exam. Chapter 11. Near the gates of Konoha, there were 3 people in masks. Everyone looked at their village, and they were very happy to see it again. Afterwards, everyone ran, because they had to hand in a mission report. The 3 shinobi went to the residence, to the Hokage's office. While they were running, they looked at the residence, and saw many familiar faces. Hokage's office. The village Hokage sat and worked hard, because the exam was coming soon, and he had to prepare thoroughly. He also thought about his son. A week had already passed since everyone had left for the mission. And Kushina, who was bothering her husband with her eternal questions, where is Naruto? Minato only sighed, covering his face with his hands from the accumulated problems. As a flash appeared in the office, the Hokage was a little confused. He saw 3 masked Anbu standing in front of him. Hokage-sama, I would like to report on the completion of the mission. 3 of the 4 villages, namely, Sand, Cloud and Water, signed the agreement to hold the exam, the captain of the row squad said coldly. Okay, well done, 3 villages are enough to hold the exam, the blonde said with a smile on his face. He was very glad that the mission, although not 100% completed, but almost all the villages agreed. What are your next assignments, Hokage-sama? I'm giving you a week off. You deserve it, because you've completed a mission of rank S+. Now you're free. Yes, the Anbu shouted and disappeared into the shunshin. Everyone went to their homes. They wanted to rest as quickly as possible. The next morning, the black-haired guy was lying on the bed and sleeping off. He was tired of the change in his sleep schedule. But this bliss did not last long. Someone knocked very hard on the door. The guy immediately woke up from such a noise. When he approached the door and opened it, he saw a person dear to him. Ha, Itachi, why are you waking me up so early? The brunette said, yawning. A brunette in pants appeared in front of the girl. His torso was naked, and the girl involuntarily looked at his pumped-up body, and blushed from this. Naruto, are you still sleeping? It's already 10 in the morning, come on, wake up. The girl mumbled, turning her head away. Well, yes, the Hokage gave us a week off, what else can we do? The guy said sleepily, almost falling asleep. Come on, get up, let's go for a walk, the weather outside is just great. Okay, come in, wait in the kitchen while I get dressed. The girl entered the house and began to wait for the guy. Naruto quickly went to his room to get dressed and tidy himself up. After that, they went for a walk around Konoha. Today was really great weather, the sun was shining, but it was not too hot. Itachi, where are those 2 little devils? I haven't seen them for a long time. Mom said that Sasuke and Amy disappear for days at the training ground, training for the Chunin exam. Okay, let's go to the training ground, I want to see their training. The couple went to the training ground. It was in the Uchiha quarter. When they arrived, they saw 2 genins, who were training hard. They noticed that guests were coming to them and were very happy about it. Brother, sister, have you come to train us? The 2 shouted in unison with smiles all over their faces. Well, yes, I would like to watch your training and ask how you do the techniques that I taught. Itachi went and sat under a tree and began to watch their training. After Amy, with a smile, created a clone and began to form rasengan. When the technique was formed, the clone disappeared. In the girl's hand, there was a blue ball. Then Sasuke put his right hand to his left and began to form Chidori. When the technique was completely ready, it sounded like the chirping of birds. Well done, you quickly learned these techniques, for which you deserve praise. The guy approached the younger ones and tapped them on the forehead with 2 fingers. And the children were very happy about this. Now quickly 50 laps around the training ground. You must be as strong as possible by the start of the exam. Eat. After the 2 started running around the training ground, the guy went and lay down, leaning his head against the girl's legs, and looking into her eyes, enjoying each other. In their reflection, he saw himself, and a very strong love, as did the girl. So day after day flew by, and before they could look back, a month had passed. A month later, in the Hokage's office, there were a lot of shinobi, from Chunin to Anbu captains. The Hokage was giving instructions, since today many shinobi from other villages would come, and it was necessary to keep an eye on things. The main person monitoring the order in the village was an Anbu in a ghost mask. The shinobi were not against this, everyone had heard about his strength, but Naruto was not very happy about it. Again, many responsibilities were hung on him. I think everything is clear. If there are any problems, then contact the ghost, or, in extreme cases, me. Everyone is free. Yes, many shinobi shouted and disappeared from the office, leaving the head of the village alone. A couple of hours later, many genin from different villages began to come to the village. They were accompanied by a couple of junin and a cage. The Hokage stood near the gate and greeted the guests. He was glad that they came. The Raikage immediately wanted to spar with his friend, but Minato refused, as he had a lot of things to do. After everyone was taken to hotels, and given rooms, then they said that tomorrow, everyone who participates in the exam, come to the academy to room 301. All the shinobi immediately went for a walk around the evening. Konoha, it was mesmerizing with its beauty. You could feel the coziness and calm. The Konoha Anbu were watching all this. They had no time to enjoy the village. The next morning, there were many genins standing near the academy. They were waiting for the exam to start. When they were let in, everyone immediately ran to room 301. Only the experienced ones noticed that the door was not real, but this one was under genjutsu. After all, the correct door was on the second floor. Many teams passed this obstacle, including team number 7. There were many participants in room 301. There were familiar faces. All of Amy and Sasuke's friends also went to this room, which made them very happy. A man with a scar on his face entered the office. It was Ibiki. He was the examiner of the first round. Hello, I'm Ibiki Morino, the examiner of the first round. Everyone, take your seats and let's wait for the second examiner. 5 minutes later, a tall brunette in a Junin uniform entered the office. It was Naruto. He was asked to help in the first round, since he, with his Sharingan, could quickly see who was cheating. Hello, I am Uchiha Naruto, the second examiner. You will be given a sheet of paper with 10 questions. You must answer them in the allotted time. I will tell you right away that if you cheat, you will be immediately disqualified. The guy said in a very cold tone, which seemed to give everyone goosebumps. Everyone was given sheets of paper with questions, and everyone started writing. Naruto, using the Sharingan, shot a lot of people. And no more than 40% of the previous crowd of people remained in the audience. Then everything went as per the canon. Everyone answered the 10th question and moved on to the second round. Forest of Death. Everyone who passed went to the Forest of Death. Their task was to get to the tower in the center of the forest and survive. Genin were given scrolls with the kanji earth or sky. Their task was to take the opposite scroll from some team and then head to the tower. When the gates opened, everyone ran into the thick of the forest. All the Anbu squads were assigned to watch everyone so that they wouldn't do anything. Naruto watched Team 7 and was very surprised by their teamwork. They defeated the Cloud team in 2 hours and took the scroll. After that, they ran to the tower. They encountered many teams on their way, but they were defeated without any problems. At the end of the road, they were met by the Sand team. It was Gaara and his brother and sister. Naruto, the one with the red hair, the Jinchuriki. The fox shouted in the guy's head. What? Him, but what-tailed one? The guy thought in his head, with an interesting look. One-tailed Shukaku, and keep a close eye on him. I can see the guy is not in the best condition. I can tell Shukaku is terrorizing him. Jinchuriki. I see. Thank you Kurama. The guy in the Anbu mask watched closely what was happening. The Sand team did not attack them, but only asked what scroll they had. Sasuke showed that they also had an earth scroll, but kept silent about the sky scroll. When it turned out that the scroll did not suit them, they simply left. Team number 7 continued on their way to the tower, and after 2 hours they arrived there first. They were congratulated and told to wait until everyone arrived. About 5 hours passed, and all who survived arrived at the tower. There were many jonin from different villages and 3 kage on the field. They wanted to see how the genin would fight. Everyone was waiting for the Hokage to announce the start of the battle. After 10 minutes, 2 flashes appeared in the center of the huge room, one yellow and one black. Everyone saw it was the Hokage, and behind him stood an Anbu in a black mask. Everyone immediately realized that this was the ghost of Konoha, and were surprised to see him there. Hello everyone, this place will host qualifying fights. Since there are many of you, we must select the best of the best. Your fights will be monitored by the ghost. If it is too dangerous, he will stop you. You can start. Look at the scoreboard to see who you're up against. All the kids started fighting each other, and 4 hours passed. Amy fought against Ino, and quickly defeated her. Sasuke, against the guy from the cloud, with difficulty, but he also defeated him. And Konohamaru, against Kiba, he also defeated him. Everyone remained as in canon, only there were also children from the cloud and mist. The Hokage approached everyone and said, all who win will advance to the third stage, which will take place in 5 days, at the Konoha arena. So get some rest. 5 days have passed. Today is the day of the last stage, or rather the third stage. The third stage is held at the stadium, in the stands of which are sitting the guests of honor, such as the 4th Hokage, Raikage, Kazekage and Mizukage. A lot of people gathered. Everyone wanted to watch the fights of the strongest, genin. The genin came out to the center of the arena and listened to the examiner. He told everyone who would fight with whom. The parents watched their children, worried. I hope everything will be okay with Amy and Sasuke, the red-haired woman said to her friend. I'm so worried, maybe they shouldn't have been allowed to take this exam, the woman said worriedly. Mom, Kushina-san, everything will be fine, they trained very hard, the girl reassured the worried mothers. I think you're right Itachi, the woman with black hair said with a sigh. Mikoto, look, it's already started. The Hokage motioned for the examiner to begin stage 3. Everyone waited impatiently, and the arena shook with screams. Now, I declare the third stage to begin. First fight, Amy Namikaze vs. Neji Hyuga. Everyone went to the waiting place, only 2 remained. There are no rules in this duel, try not to kill each other. Oh. Yeah, I can stop the duel if I think it's necessary, said the examiner. Amy nodded slightly. Neji responded in kind. Okay, then let's begin, the examiner said. Neji immediately activated his Byakugan. Amy just turned around. Well, give up and I won't hurt you, Neji said, trying to scare Amy. I'm not afraid of you. You give up, or it will be worse, the girl screamed, seething with anger. Shadow cloning, Amy said, folding her hands into the cloning seal. About 100 clones appeared at the stadium. Hyuga was confused and lost sight of the original. So I need to weaken him somehow, he is very strong at close range. But I have a plan, thought the girl with red hair. 1/3 of the clones rushed towards Neji, holding kunai in their hands, another third took out shurikens and threw them at Hyuga. Whirlwind, Neji said, and began to spin around his axis, deflecting all the kunai and shuriken. That's all. And you want to become Hokage? We'll see about that, the girl said with confidence in her eyes, which made the guy very angry. Fire technique. Fireball, she shouted, blowing a huge ball of fire from her mouth. Hyuga just smiled at this and started spinning. The technique did not cause any harm. We can play like this forever. Maybe you'll give in, this is your last chance. I'll still beat you. Everyone attack. A huge crowd of clones rushed at the guy. He easily killed them with his Byakugan, but his chakra was already depleted. Phew, now you're the only one left, let's get started. The guy shouted and ran to the girl. They fought for so long. Amy was good at taijutsu, Neji couldn't hit her, and he got tired of it. 64 strikes of heaven. The guy shouted, and began to quickly attack the girl in the points of chakra circulation. The girl fell to the ground and could not move. Phew, that was hard, you're a good opponent, but I can't beat you, the guy said breathlessly, he himself was already at his limit. You think so? The girl said with a smile and disappeared into a white haze. Neji didn't have time to understand how a girl with a rasengan inside her jumped out of the ground from behind. Bite me. Amy hit him in the back, and he flew into the wall of the stadium. Everyone was shocked by such a technique. Minato just watched and was glad that she learned it. Naruto also watched the fight and smiled, but it was not visible under the mask. The girl came up to the guy who was lying down and said, So, who lost here? She said with a smile, which made the guy even more angry, but he couldn't get up. How? Why didn't your clone disappear when I hit him? The guy asked, not understanding what had happened. Because I gave him half of my chakra, and you didn't even notice that he was a clone. A clone. But he had chakra like me. How is that possible? He asked in a hoarse voice. Uzumaki. In our clan, everyone has a lot of chakra. I see. It's all because of my carelessness, said the guy, after which he hung up. There was a silence in the stadium, and then a burst of applause. Winner of the first battle, Namika's Amy. Genma said. End of Chapter 11. Commentary on Chapter 11 exam rewritten. Chapter 12 End of Stage 3. Chapter 12. In the village of Konoha, the third stage of the Chunin exam was taking place. There were a minimum of people walking along the streets of the village, as if everyone had died out. After all, half of the people were watching the fights of young shinobi. From the side of the stadium, shouts and applause thundered. Everyone congratulated Amy on her victory. The Hokage was very happy for his daughter, and smiled like never before. Kushina jumped for joy, her daughter was safe and sound, and she also won. The red-haired girl was very happy about her victory, but she was very tired and decided to go to her friends to rest. All the friends were very happy for their friend and congratulated her on her victory. But her best friend just came up to her and hugged her, saying only, "Well done." The girl blushed very much from this, but she was very pleased with this. A couple of minutes later, silence reigned in the stadium, everyone was waiting for the second fight. The examiner did not play with people's patience and began to announce the second fight. The second duel begins, and in it, the following will fight: Konohamaru Sarutobi and Chojiro, from the fog. The stadium erupted in shouts once more, everyone eagerly awaiting the match. Konohamaru quickly ran onto the battlefield, followed by his opponent. Chojiro has short, tufted blue hair and dark eyes, as well as sharp teeth, a common trait among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and their students. When the examiner announced the beginning of the battle, the two opponents approached each other in taijutsu, they tested each other. But Konohamaru was noticeably losing, he had less combat experience. Chojiro calmly read his movements, and knew his actions in advance. After 20 minutes of dancing, Konohamaru was defeated, he had beaten his opponent up, but he was still too weak. Winner of the second battle, Chojiro of the Mist. Please, medics, take the victim away. The arena was filled with shouts again, people applauded the winner, but not all of them. The relatives were upset with the loss, especially the guy's friends. Although he lost, he showed excellent results for his age, he just lacked experience in battles. Then everything went as per the canon, only a couple of additional fights were added, since there were more participants. The last battle, and it will involve Sasuke Uchiha and Sabaku no Gaara. After the announcement, 2 participants came to the center. Everyone was impatiently waiting for the fight of the son of the head of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku only stood and clenched his fists, worried about his son. Mikoto and Itachi were also very worried, but tried not to get nervous. Kushina tried to calm them down and cheer them up. All the cage discussed the upcoming duel, they also wanted to watch the Uchiha fight. The examiner announced the start of the fight, and Sasuke jumped away from his opponent. He hadn't liked him since the second round, when he almost killed Rock Lee. Uchiha, prepare to die, the guy said with a devilish smile, which made the guy's skin crawl. From these words, all the close people began to worry even more. Naruto did not like this at all, his thirst for blood was all directed at the young Uchiha. At the same time, Sasuke begins to attack Gaara fast enough to bypass his sand shield, which is strangely reminiscent of Lee's fighting style. Tired of waiting for Gaara to attack, Sasuke Uchiha attacks himself. He develops very high speed and uses Rock Lee's taijutsu. This speed and style, it seems you copied from that guy the first almost killed. Lee watches him and is amazed by the Uchiha's abilities. Kakashi explains that after seeing Rock Lee's fighting style, Sasuke copied it with his Sharingan. Your sand is too slow, you can't win. Gaara hid in his sand ball and prepared to kill Sasuke while he was trying to break through his defense. Realizing that it was not that easy, Sasuke retreated to prepare his attack. Sasuke moved away, climbing the wall of the arena, and made hand seals, Chidori. This is the same technique that Naruto gave him. Kakashi was very surprised where he learned it from, then he remembered Naruto, and understood everything. Combining the power of Chidori and imitating Lee's speed, Sasuke attacked Gaara and broke through the sand shield, surprising all the spectators. Sasuke managed not only to break through Gaara's absolute defense, but also to wound him. A wild scream was heard from the dome, because Gaara had never been wounded, and he saw his own blood. Sasuke stretched out his hand with difficulty, and began to wait for what would happen next. After that, the paw of the monster appears, the ball of sand crumbles, and everyone saw Gaara in the form of a sand monster. Everyone was shocked and horrified by this. His aura scared all the people. Kazekage was scared. It was not enough for Shukaku to get out. Gaara ran at full speed at the guy. Sasuke did not expect such speed, and did not have time to react. The half-man swung his sharp fangs, and everyone quickly rushed to help, but did not have time. Everyone thought that there would be a funeral. Fugaku's son. A black flash appeared behind the guy. Sasuke only felt someone put a hand on his shoulder, and he disappeared. All this happened in a couple of seconds, and no one understood what happened. Instead of Uchiha, there was an Anbu in a black mask. People realized that it was a ghost. Everyone sighed with relief. Mikoto and Itachi mentally thanked Naruto. Ha, who the hell are you? Where is Uchiha? I'll kill him. The guy screamed with a devilish voice. People felt sick from his ki. Calm down, he's safe, you can't kill him. The guy said coldly. The Kazekage jumped down from the observation point. He wanted to calm him down. But he didn't succeed. Gaara rushed at Naruto saying, "Then, I'll kill you." The guy in the mask just stood there. When he ran close enough, the VMSH appeared under the mask. A not full Susanoo appeared near Naruto, and squeezed Gaara with one hand. Two loud words, "You are too weak, one-tailed Shukaku. Get some sleep." After these words, the guy approached Gaara and put his hand on his head. Suppression. From these words, a seal appeared on the head. The guy began to scream loudly. His sand cover began to disappear, and the guy himself passed out. Everyone looked at the guy with bulging eyes. He so easily neutralized the Jinchuriki. Everyone became even more curious about who was under the mask. The Kazekage thanked him profusely, from which the guy only nodded, and disappeared in a black flash. Ahaha. Minato, who is this guy? What's his name, and is he from the Uchiha clan? The tanned man asked with interest. I'm also interested, so strong, and so young, asked the Mizukage. Sorry, but I can't tell you. He asked me to himself. It's a pity, the Kages said with a sigh. People waited, not understanding what would happen next, and began to shout. After that, the Hokage jumped down to the center to the examiner, and said that he was free. Minato turned to all the people and said, "Sorry for this turn of events, this concludes the third stage. In a couple of days we will decide who will receive the title of Chunin. Thank you all for coming." People started to applaud and slowly leave the stadium. Everyone was very happy to see how shinobi fight. Kage and their shinobi went to the hotel. They needed to rest, because the next day, they had to return to their native villages. Hokage went to his relatives, who were sitting in their places. Minato, where are Naruto and Sasuke? The woman asked her husband with concern. After all, Naruto had disappeared and Sasuke too. I don't know, did they look in the infirmary? Yes, they all shouted in unison. On a green meadow stood two brunettes, and talked about something. Naruto is happy, because Sasuke learned a complex technique. Well done, Sasuke. You showed yourself at an excellent level. Your training was not in vain. Thanks, brother, it's all thanks to you. The guy shouted with a smile. Okay, we have to go, otherwise I feel like they're already worried about us. After which Naruto walked up to the guy and hit him on the forehead with 2 fingers. A black flash appeared behind Mikoto. Everyone turned around sharply and saw Sasuke and the Anbu standing there. I'm returning it safe and sound. After which the woman ran up and began to hug her son. She was very worried about him, because he almost died. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Son, are you okay? The woman asked with concern in her voice. Yes, a couple of scratches and that's it. Okay, now let's go home, Mikoto said happily. Residence. Hokage was sitting in the office and reading the reports on surveillance of everyone. He was glad that nothing happened during the exam. An Anbu appeared in the office. The blonde was glad to see him. Naruto, how are things in the village? Did anything suspicious happen? Everything is fine. Here is my report. Is there anything else you want me to do? No, you've already done so much. You can go free. If anything, I'll call you. Yes, the guy shouted and disappeared in a black flash. He immediately moved to the Anbu base to take off his gear. Konoha. Naruto went for a walk around Konoha. After an hour of walking, he got bored and decided to call someone, namely Itachi. The guy came to the Uchiha family house and knocked on the door. Mikoto opened it for him. Oh. Naruto-kun, you're going to Itachi? Come on, she's in the kitchen. The woman said, smiling. Thank you, said the guy, after which he took off his shoes and entered the house. He headed straight to the kitchen. He saw Itachi and Fugaku drinking tea. The guy said hello and was invited to the table. Naruto, I forgot to thank you. Thank you for saving Sasuke. You're welcome, he's like a little brother to me, the brunette said with a smile, scratching his head. Why did you come? Did something happen? The girl said with interest. Oh. Yes, I came for you. Don't you want to go for a walk? I'm bored myself. Of course, right now, I'll change in a jiffy. The girl ran smiling. Afterwards, all the parents gathered at the Uchiha house to celebrate their children's victory and calm their nerves a little. There was a huge moon in the sky, and many people were walking along the streets of the evening. Konoha, everyone was celebrating the end of the Chunin exam. Amy and Sasuke were sitting with friends at Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto and Itachi were walking around the village holding hands. Naruto, let's go to the Hokage mountain. There's a great view there now. Well, let's go. Two Uchiha went to the Hokage mountain. When they arrived, they saw a beautiful sky. There were a lot of stars on it, and in the middle there was a huge moon. This view was mesmerizing. From there you can see the whole of Konoha in lights. I told you, there's a great view here, the girl said, hugging the guy. Yes, it is very beautiful here. But not like you, said the guy, then kissed her. The guy and the girl sat like that for a long time, talking about something. But all good things must end someday. End of chapter 12. Commentary on chapter 12, end of stage 3. I didn't expect that I would be able to release a chapter today. Sorry that it's so little, it's just an addition to chapter 11. Chapter 13, goodbye. Chapter 13. Sunny Konoha, struck by its beauty and grandeur, it became even more beautiful in a year. After all, a year had passed since the end of the Chunin exam. During this time, almost nothing had changed. Naruto lived peacefully. He really loved the Uchiha quarter and its inhabitants. As always, he carried out missions with his team. A couple of times he was put in place of Kakashi or Obito. At this time, the boy was training his younger brother and sister. Sasuke was given a Chunin vest, and so was Amy. They showed excellent results in the exam, and fully deserved to wear this title. Naruto did not spare them, and drove them to the fullest extent that they almost fainted. Come on, don't sleep. The enemies won't wait for you to rest. Let's do another 10 laps and then a break, I see. Yes, the young shinobi shouted, almost fainting. Not everyone can withstand Naruto's training. Maybe you should be gentle with them, otherwise you'll have to drag them home. A female voice sounded from behind the guy, and hugged the guy. Naruto immediately recognized who it was. Everything is fine, you came to watch their training, or something happened. The guy said, turning around, looking straight into the girl's eyes. No, everything is fine, don't worry, the girl said with a strained smile, and looked away from the guy. Okay, I trust you. But if anything happens, tell me, I'll help as much as I can. The guy said seriously. I came to you on business, we are being called to the Hokage. A new mission, but what rank, I don't know. Okay, let's go. I haven't been to the Hokage for a long time, maybe I'll find something interesting. Hey, that's enough for today, you can go free, I'm going to the Hokage. The guy shouted to his students, and they heard it perfectly well, then fell exhausted on the grass. A guy and a girl were slowly walking through Konoha, towards the residence. All the people were walking like goosebumps about their business. But the guy was puzzled by his girlfriend, he didn't understand what was wrong with her. Always happy and smiling, and now she was depressed about something. Naruto didn't ask her any questions, he understood perfectly well when someone was interfering in something that wasn't his business. The residence appeared on the horizon, the guy was very interested in why they were called, and they hurried inside. There was a dark aura in the office, this aura came from the Hokage. He was puzzled by something, and did not know how to solve the problem. His best friend, Fugaku Uchiha, was also not in the mood. But there was a knock on the door, and 2 Uchiha entered. The guy did not understand what happened to everyone today. Itachi herself was not herself, and even these 2. Hokage-sama, Did you call? And did something happen? The guy asked coldly, watching Fugaku, who was thinking about something. Yes, Naruto, you have a mission of rank. I'll tell you right away that I won't send anyone else, and I decided to send you with Itachi. I think you'll be enough. Okay, so what's wrong with you? Any problems? No, everything is fine, don't worry. Now you can go free, and tomorrow I will give you a new S-rank mission. The blonde said with a forced smile. After that, the two went to the Anbu base to put on the gear. They wanted to quickly complete this task and return back. There were two Anbu standing near the village gates. They were checking the gear. After that, they went to the country of rice fields to kill the Nukanen and bandits who were robbing caravans. According to Naruto's calculations, they should arrive there by nightfall. Half a day passed. Two masked men silently ran to the target. A village appeared on the way, and the shinobi went to the chief. The chief received them and told them where to find the target to eliminate. After half an hour of running, they saw a shelter. Near and in the cave itself, there were bandits and Nukanen around. But for experienced Anbu this is not a problem, and they quickly began to kill them one after another. Everyone who was in the cave heard the noise of the battle. Many Nukanen of rank A came out. So, who made such a noise here? The Nukanen said as he left the cave, after which he saw a picture, many corpses and blood, and two Anbu were standing near them. GG Ghost of Konoha, why are you here? Who sent you? Maybe we can come to an agreement. The guy said with a shaking voice. He understood that he would not survive against him. Deal. You're already dead. The guy in the mask said in a cold voice and quickly ran at the enemy, causing the Nukanek's head to fly off. Naruto and Itachi quickly cleared the cave and went back to the village, to the chief. They needed to be told that there was no more danger. Now the caravans could safely go to the village, and not fear for their lives. The villagers were very happy with this news, after which the Anbu went to their home village. It was already getting dark, but that didn't stop the two shinobi. Naruto kept thinking about what had happened in the village, and with Itachi too. They hadn't talked normally about the mission. The guy decided to find out everything, and said, Raven, a 5-minute break. Here is a clearing, we will rest there. The ghost said in a serious voice. And the two in masks stopped. The girl took off her mask and sat down on the grass. The guy looked into her eyes and saw only pain and worries. Kurama was beating the alarm in his head, as the fox felt her emotions. Itachi, tell me what happened. You don't seem like yourself. The guy said seriously, and at the same time worried. Nothing happened, everything is fine. I'm just in a bad mood, the girl said as cheerfully as she could. Don't lie, I can see in your eyes that something happened. Or do you not trust me? The guy said coldly, which made the girl's eyes water. I'm sorry, I trust you completely. I just don't know what to do. The brunette said crying, lowering her head. Naruto was glad that she trusted him, but at the same time he was worried. The guy came up to her and sat hugging her until she calmed down. So, what happened? You can tell me if anything, I'll help. The guy said quietly in the girl's ear. Yesterday, I was told that the Uchiha clan wants to make a coup in Konoha. Father did not confirm this, since no one is going to do this in the clan. The girl said in a sad voice, looking into the guy's eyes. And what's the problem? Because the head of the clan denies it. Yes, but Danzo and the elders are involved in this. They want to set up the clan to get the Sharingan. And I was chosen to be the executioner. My father agrees to this. He does not want the clan's name to be tarnished. Hokage-sama can't do anything, because the elders are on Danzo's side. So Danzo, and I didn't like him at first when we first met. Don't be afraid, I won't let you destroy what's dear to me. The guy said hugging the girl, who pressed her closer. But how will you do it? You won't be able to convince them, and no one will listen to you. I have a plan, and in the future it will greatly help the village. You can calm down, I will do everything. After that, he kissed the girl and hugged her. The shinobi rested and ran further to the village. Naruto kept thinking about the problem and thinking how to solve it correctly. He could not lose his home and dear people. In the morning, they had almost arrived at Konoha. Naruto himself went to hand in a report on the mission, and sent the girl home. She was not in the best condition. While the guy was running through the village, he met Shisui. He was walking with Azumi. In the Hokage's office, a blonde man was sitting and thinking about something. He couldn't leave everything like this, but he didn't see any other way out. If he went against Danzo, the elders would kill him. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Anbu. Minato was glad to see his son, but he still didn't call him father. Hokage-sama, the mission has been successfully completed. All targets have been killed. The guy said coldly, handing over the scroll with the report. Well done, now I'll give you a task. You are only allowed to start no later than night. The guy understood why he was supposed to be given tasks today. They wanted to get him out of the village so he wouldn't get in the way. He was filled with anger. He wanted to kill those bastards. Yes, Hokage-sama, can I go? The brunette said with anger in his voice, which scared Minato. Yes, you are free. Naruto went to the Anbu base, changed clothes and headed to Konoha. He wanted to walk around the village some more, enjoy it. After that he went to the Hokage mountain. He sat on the first one's head and started thinking about what to do. He sat there for a long time, but he wanted to eat, and the guy remembered his favorite food. Naruto went to Ichiraku Ramen. His friends, Kakashi and Obito, were sitting there. They were talking cheerfully about something, and Naruto joined them. It was already getting dark outside. The guy went to Itachi's house. He wanted to see her and say goodbye, because he was going on a mission. After a 10-minute walk, he went into the Uchiha quarter. There, as always, it was lively with people. The guy approached the house. He felt a familiar chakra. The brunette knocked on the door. Itachi opened it for him, which made her very happy to see him, and she immediately threw herself into his arms. He entered the house. The Uchiha family and Kushina were sitting there. They were talking about something. Naruto realized that Mikoto didn't know anything. And Fugaku was sitting and thinking about something. Oh. Naruto-kun, are you visiting us or Itachi? The woman asked with a smile. Son, something happened. Why are you so sad? The red-haired girl asked worriedly. I came to say goodbye. I have a new task, said the guy with a forced smile. Is the mission for long? Something complicated? Mikoto asked worriedly. She didn't want anything to happen to her son-in-law. I don't know. Forgive Itachi, but I can't let my home be destroyed. The guy said in a sad voice, after which he disappeared in a black flash. Everyone in the room didn't understand what it was. Only Fugaku and Itachi understood everything. The girl clenched her fists and started crying. Fugaku just lowered his head and was silent. Mikoto and Kushina sat in bewilderment as to what was happening. The boy teleported to the Anbu base to put on his gear. Afterwards, he appeared in the Hokage's office. Minato didn't expect to see him and was a little confused. Naruto quickly put up a barrier so that they wouldn't be overheard. Naruto, what's going on? Why the barrier? The blonde asked with interest and confusion. Hokage-sama, I know everything. There is no time to explain. I will kill Danzo and the elders. They're a huge problem for the village. What? But you'll be declared a missing nin, and you won't be able to return to the village anymore. I don't want my girlfriend to suffer and destroy my dear friends. I swore to my grandfather that I would protect Konoha. I understand you, but you just came back, and now you're leaving again, the blonde said, clenching his fists. Yes, it will be better this way, and in the future, I want to join Akatsuki. I will be a spy for Konoha. Okay, but please stay alive. Okay, father. After that, the brunette disappeared in a black flash. Minato sat with his eyes wide open. He was surprised that Naruto called him father. But at the same time he was very angry at himself, at his weakness. Some elders decide everything for him. The guy quickly ran to the root base. He had been there before. He was filled with anger. He quickly ran to the outskirts of the village, because that was where the base was. There was a guard at the entrance, and patrols in the middle. As if they were guarding something valuable, but the guy didn't care. Naruto knew about the seals that were on the people of the root, and did not want to kill them. He quietly knocked them out. The guy made his way to the very bottom of the base. The root was deep underground, and Danzo's office was located right there. Naruto took advantage of the fact that he was not noticed, and he calmly entered the office. Danzo was sitting and writing something, but when he saw who entered, he was very scared. Ghost, what do you need? You have to be on a mission, right? The old man said in a cold tone, nervously clenching his fists. Danzo, I'm coming for you. This is your last day on this earth. You can no longer do whatever you want. The boy threw a kunai at the old man, and Naruto appeared next to him. Danzo didn't expect that, and the boy put his hand on him. After that they disappeared flashes. Naruto moved them to the training ground. There is more space to fight. Ahaha. Oh well, I'll take your Sharingan and become the Hokage of this village. The old man shouted with a grin, which made the guy even angrier. Well, go ahead, try it, I want to see what you're capable of, I'm waiting impatiently. After these words, Naruto turned on the VMSH. Danzo began to unwind his hand, which was in bandages. Naruto saw his whole hand covered with Sharingans, then he opened his right eye. It was a Sharingan, but not Shisui's, but another Uchiha's. The guy was simply furious from what he saw, he was filled with anger, he was already imagining how Danzo would die in agony. The old man began to attack the guy, just in taijutsu, but Naruto easily began to dominate him. Danzo was losing very badly, the guy quickly and accurately struck the katana right in the heart. And that's all, you're pathetic Danzo, you'll die like a dog. The guy didn't have time to finish speaking before his body disappeared and the words of the technique were heard from behind him. Naruto quickly activated the VMSH, and turned on the skeleton of Susanoo. The technique could not do anything with Susanoo. When Naruto turned around he saw a whole old man. He did not understand how he survived. They could not throw him into genjutsu, since his eyes are the strongest. One eye on Danzo's hand began to close, and the guy understood everything. I see, so, Izanagi, but you're unlucky that your opponent will be me. After these words, the guy quickly ran to attack the old man. Naruto hit him with all his might, and he flew into the trees. Then he moved to the mark he had placed on Danzo. He lay there and couldn't move from the blow, as the brunette appeared next to him. Naruto put his hand on his head and spoke. Seal technique. Uzumaki seal, this technique caused pentagrams to appear all over the body. Danzo screamed in pain as his Sharingans began to close one by one. The old man lay there unable to move. What have you done to me? Don't kill me. The old man wheezed in pain. Ahaha. Don't kill, you're going straight to hell. You can't do anything, this seal suppresses chakra. Naruto started killing the old man. First he cut off the hand with the Sharingan, then he sealed it in a scroll. The guy played with the old man for a long time, piercing his body with his katana. But there was no time, and he cut off the head with one swing. The brunette took the head in his hand, and with the help of Amaterasu, burned the whole body. He teleported back to the kunai that he left in Danzo's office. After he put the old man's head on the table, and started looking for a hiding place. After 5 minutes of running around the entire office, he found a safe behind a painting. It was sealed with seals, but to the guy it seemed like just papers, not seals. Naruto quickly opened it, and found all the evil deeds of Danzo and the elders of the village. The brunette sealed everything in a scroll and teleported to the village. There were still 2 targets left, Homura and Koharu. The guy quickly dealt with them, killing them in their own home. Naruto teleported to the Hokage mountain to look at its beauty one last time. He was about to leave, but a familiar voice was heard. He turned around and saw Itachi, all in tears. Itachi, what are you doing here? It's already late. You don't have to worry about your clan and family now, Danzo and the elders are dead. The guy said, taking off his mask. Why did you do this? Now you will be declared a missing person. The girl said, hugging the guy. I want you to live peacefully with your family. And they caused a lot of problems. Now it will be easier than the village. But you are my family too. I can't live without you, the girl said, crying, hugging the guy even tighter. I can't live without you either, but I'll be back soon, I promise, the guy said in a quiet voice, stroking the girl's head with his hand. Okay, I'll wait. Afterwards the girl kissed the guy. Their kiss lasted for a very long time, but half of Konoha was hunting for Naruto. It's time for me to go. Goodbye, said the guy, disappearing in a black flash. Goodbye. End of chapter 13. Commentary on chapter 13. Goodbye. This fanfic is finished. It was an experimental fanfic on this pairing and there will be no continuation, since there is none. Please do not write to me in PM about this topic anymore. Chapter 14. Renegade. Chapter 14. A raven-haired guy was walking through the forest and thinking about something, because not much time had passed since his crime, only 3 days. During these 3 days, many people learned about the death of the 3 elders of Konohagakure no Sato, but what was more surprising was that the killer was the ghost from Konoha himself, and his name was Uchiha Naruto. The cage of all the villagers wanted to get Uchiha, because he is the bearer of the Sharingan, but everyone clearly saw his strength and this was problematic. The guy had only one goal, to join the Akatsuki organization, but he didn't know where to look for them, and the guy was puzzled by this, because the world is huge, and a person is small. Naruto decided to ask his best friend, one might say his brother, for advice, because he has always been with him since birth. Kurama, sorry for waking you up, but where do you think I should look for these apostates? The guy asked with an indifferent face, looking into the fox's eyes. I think you don't need to look for them, they will come for you soon. The fox muttered discontentedly, showing that he was asleep. Why would they come for me themselves? The guy said with incomprehension and tilted his head to the side. No, are you a moron? And you're also considered the smartest shinobi of your generation. You're now an SS plus rank criminal, on par with Madara. The fox shouted, he was very angry at the guy, because he woke him up, and he was still being stupid. Sorry, I just haven't slept for 3 days, it's not that easy to hide from the Inuzuka dogs and I had to run to the land of waves. The guy muttered, scratching the back of his head. Rest and always be on the alert, the whole world is hunting you now. The fox said seriously, lying down in a comfortable position for sleep. Yes, you're right, now they won't let me live a quiet life. I wonder how the others are doing. The guy said thoughtfully, coming out of his subconscious. 3 days ago, Konoha Center. On the main street of Konoha, all the shinobi were gathered, and civilians came out of their own interest to see what would happen. Everyone looked at the roof of the Hokage residence building, there were many people there and the Hokage himself. Shinobi and people still do not know what happened last night, and Minato Namikaze, simultaneously the 4th Hokage, decided to inform everyone about the situation. The Uchiha family and the Namikaze family also came to listen. Amy and Sasuke did not yet know the reason for such a gathering. The others guessed perfectly well what the talk would be about and they were not at all happy about it. Minato, strengthening his voice with chakra so that everyone could hear, began to speak. Thank you all for coming. I think you are wondering why I gathered you all. Last night there was a tragedy for the whole village. The blonde shouted, which made everyone tense and thinking, what happened? All the people were wary. Some thought that a war had started or that someone from the top of the village had been killed. 3 village elders were killed. Namely, Homura Mitokado, Danzo Shimura and Koharu Utatane. Minato clenched his fists in anger, but looked dissatisfied with what had happened. No, he was glad that they were gone now, because they no longer put spokes in his wheels. He was angry with himself, he couldn't protect his son again. Sending him on a secret mission to spy on the Akatsuki. These words shocked all the shinobi and civilians. Everyone had only one thing in their minds, who? The elders of the village were very strong and experienced shinobi. And Danzo was once a student of the 2nd Hokage, they're not so easy to kill. Itachi was watching all this, she knew perfectly well who it was and only looked at the sky to calm herself down. Kushina wanted to kill the guy for his actions, he took such a step, but she was also very worried. Mom, why are you so worried? Didn't Dad say that they were bad people? The red-haired girl said in a quiet voice. Only the Uchiha family and Kushina heard her. No, I'm not worried about them at all. Now you'll find out everything yourself. The woman said in a sad voice, looking at her husband. The children only became more interested in what the problem was. And Fugaku and Mikoto understood Kushina perfectly, because the one who killed them was him. Itachi wanted to go after Naruto, but her parents and Kushina persuaded her. This made her feel even worse, just sitting and waiting for him to return. They were killed by a person very well known to you. It was one of the captains of Anbu. His call sign is Ghost. And his real name is Uchiha Naruto. The man shouted in one breath. From these words, he lowered his head down and fell silent for a couple of seconds. These words left everyone in shock, and the street was completely silent. People were only thinking, why? Because he was one of the most respected shinobi of his generation. His friends and sister, with her adopted brother, were the most shocked. Amy fell to her knees and cried. She understood perfectly well what would happen to him now, and Sasuke just stood and stared at one point. He did not understand the reason. A guy with a mask that covered the right side of his face was looking at this whole picture. Only Obito was more or less in himself. He stood and immersed himself in his thoughts. He's not a fool, so he's up to something, but what? I think the Hokage knows everything. I'll have to ask him about everything. The guy stood there with a thoughtful expression and looked into the distance at the Namikaze family. Why did he do it? Now he will be declared a criminal. The son of the head of the Uchiha clan stammered. I think he knew what he was doing, and there were special reasons for it, the man said coldly. He did not reveal everything to his son. Fugaku was not stupid, and he also understood that he had a plan. While everyone was slowly recovering from the shock, after all, it's not every day that something like this is announced. The Hokage gathered his courage and continued his speech. He wanted to make Naruto look like a criminal as plausibly as possible, so that there would be no doubt about his crime. I, the fourth Hokage, declare Uchiha Naruto a defector of Konoha, and give him the rank SS+. He must be sent to Konoha, if not, kill on the spot. The Hokage shouted, surprising everyone even more, because the SS+ rank was only given to Uchiha Madara. This is where I end our meeting. That's all I wanted to say. You can go free. The man said at the end, and disappeared in a yellow flash. He wanted to be alone, to think about everything that happened. People slowly recovered from the shock and began to disperse. Some went straight home, and some went to the bar to drink to calm their nerves. The Uchiha and Namikaze families went home. Everyone wanted to take a break from this news. Itachi decided to go to the Hokage mountain, where they often sat together. A strange creature was watching the Hokage's speech from the roof of the house. It looked like a cactus and a man. This cactus slowly began to disappear into the roof of the house, and only said, "Excellent, we will need it." Land of Waves. A guy was running through the forest at full speed, jumping over tree branches at great speed. He wanted to get to the country of waves as soon as possible, because his friend was there, and he hoped for help. When he reached the border, he saw thick fog. The view was disgusting, which was what the guy was counting on. Now he would have to hide from everything, and he was also very tired. I hope he won't be against a guest like me. After all, I've become even more popular now. The black-haired man thought hopefully, jumping over the branches of the trees. I think he will be very happy to see you again, because you helped a lot, a voice was heard in the subconscious. I hope so. Are you awake already? Sleeping Beauty. The guy thought with a smile. Shut up, you started this mess, now you'll have to figure it out yourself. The fox shouted at the subconscious. Kurama was delighted with his Jinchuriki. The guy could easily do something funny. Ahaha. Well, don't be so angry. You know yourself that once this would have happened, these bastards could not continue to do evil. The guy thought angrily. He did not want to touch on this topic anymore. Okay, I agree with that. Concentrate, you'll get there soon. The voice in his head said seriously, to which the guy immediately became serious. After a couple of minutes of running, Naruto saw that very bridge. Ghost memories immediately flooded him. Just recently, he fought here with two swordsmen of the mist, thereby helping team number 7 inches to accompany the bridge builder. Ordinary people, caravans walked along the bridge. The guy quickly ran along the bridge to the village itself, while there was a thick fog outside. Running past the bar, he noticed many different shinobi and merchants, since the bridge was built, and now people began to come here in crowds with the goods. Hey, Naruto, wait, look, there's a notice board there. Go there and tear off your portraits, fewer people will know about you. A voice was heard in my head, a true friend will not advise nonsense. Okay, I'll do it now. The guy quickly walked towards the board. When he got there, he saw his cute face. Only one inscription spoiled everything. Deliver to Konoha or kill on the spot. When the job was done, the guy ran along the street. He roughly remembered where his house was. There were a lot of people walking along the streets, and he decided to run along the alleys. Naruto almost ran to the house, but heard a woman scream at the end of the alley. The guy sped up even more. When he ran to the screams, he saw a woman he knew. It was Tazuna's daughter, and she urgently needed help. Two men pounced on her with not very good intentions. Help! Save me! Please don't touch me, you bastards! The girl screamed, fighting back, to which the men twisted her even tighter. Scream as much as you want, no one will hear you here. Your old man owes us a small amount, and now you will work it off. The man whispered into the girl's ear, thereby starting to take off her clothes. Naruto was watching all this. He was already getting ready to rage and throw. I apologize for disturbing you, but this girl is under my protection, and whoever touches her will be dead. said the guy with the Sharingan, turned on, his anger was off the charts. Even Kurama was smoking on the sidelines. What? Who squeaked there? You'll be eating dirt now. The man said, turning around. When he saw who said it, he almost shit his pants. The second man followed his example, but he only managed to say, GG ghost. WW, where are you from? Please don't kill us, we will pay you a lot of money, please have mercy. We didn't know she was your friend. The man fell to his knees, and the second one started to run away. His impudence amazed the guy, and he burst into black flames. From what he saw, the man was preparing for death. People like you don't deserve to live. Be thankful that your death won't be painful, the black-haired man said with great anger, cutting off his head with a katana. The girl watched all this. Her face showed many emotions, from fear to joy, because she was saved. Is it you, Naruto-san? But why are you here? The girl said, crying. The guy hugged her and began to console her. There was only one thought in his head. God forbid Itachi finds out about this. The guy would have been completely destroyed if the girl had seen the guy standing in an embrace with a woman she didn't know. Ahaha. Yeah. I don't envy you. Itachi has a heavy hand. He might kill unintentionally. She's a bit like Kushina. The fox cub said in his head, laughing, which made the guy even more afraid of his beloved. What do you mean? Can't you see I'm saving you? Or was it not necessary? The guy said with a smile, which calmed the girl down a little. No, thank you. It's just not unexpected to see you in such a place. And now you're an SS plus rank criminal. The girl said with interest, thereby releasing the guy from the embrace. I was just going to your father. I need your help. If you don't mind having a guest like me, of course. The brunette said, scratching the back of his head. Of course I don't mind. After all, you've helped us many times. Let's go. I think father will be glad to see you. Tsunami said with a smile, thereby taking the guy by the hand, and led him along. House of the bridge builder. On the outskirts of the village stood a medium-sized house. Nothing had changed in a year. Tsunami was very happy to meet a long-time guest who helped the village and her family. When the two approached the house, they went inside. The brunette followed the girl into the kitchen, as he was very hungry, but met other family members. Tazuna's POV. There was an old man sitting in the kitchen. It was Tazuna. His mood was not very good, to put it mildly, lousy. He was thinking about something. Because of the two idiots, he was in a lousy state. Damn Khan and Tezu, I borrowed a small amount, but I didn't pay it back on time. Now they're asking for 3 times more. But his thoughts were interrupted by his daughter's voice, and someone else's familiar voice, someone he reminded him of. Who did she bring? I hope not these 2 freaks. The old man was glad that she was okay, but she brought some guests, which made Tazuna tense. When they entered the kitchen, the old man saw him. The one who helped them, and now his village is thriving. It was Uchiha Naruto himself. End of Tazuna. Naruto, how did you end up here? The old man said with a smile and misunderstanding. He didn't expect to see anyone here, but the ghost himself. Hello, Tazuna-san, I came to you for help. I need to rest somewhere for a couple of days. The guy said, scratching the back of his head. He hoped that he would not be thrown out of the house for his crimes. Ha ha ha, sure. Sit down at the table, have a bite to eat. We will be very happy to have a guest like you, but why did you become a renegade of the village? Everyone is talking about you now. The old man said curiously, gesturing for him to sit down at the table. Hey, it's a long story, I don't want to talk about it, but I'll say one thing, these elders are very bad people, and I only helped my village get rid of rotten people. The guy said angrily, from which Tazuna realized that he shouldn't touch on this topic anymore. Okay, I understand. Tsunami, how are things in the village? Did anything strange happen? From these words, the girl almost dropped the plate on the floor. Noticing this, the old man began to worry. Everything is fine, I can only say, your daughter was attacked by some 2 idiots, and they wanted to do you know what. I quickly removed them, because such people should not exist in this world. The guy said calmly, which surprised the old man even more, because his problem solved itself. Thank you Naruto, you have helped us many times already, I don't even know how else to thank you. Tazuna said with a smile, he was very happy, because he was helping them. I don't need anything, I'll be very happy if you just let me rest for a couple of days, that'll be enough. The brunette said, smiling. A plate of ramen was placed in front of his face. Tsunami tried to cook the best ramen she'd ever cooked. Live as long as you want, we won't mind. The old man said, laughing. They were interrupted by a knock on the door and a voice. Mom, I'm home. The grown-up Inari entered the kitchen, which made the boy very surprised to see a very famous ninja sitting in your kitchen. Ah, ghost, that is Naruto. But, why are you here? The boy said in a surprised voice. His facial expression amused everyone present. Hello, Inari, I'm visiting you for a couple of days. And you've grown up in such a short period of time. The guy said with a smile, amused by his facial expression. Cool, Uchiha Naruto himself will be living with us. The boy shouted joyfully, causing everyone to cover their ears. Hey, quiet down, no one should know that I live here. I'm a renegade now, understand? The brunette said seriously, which immediately calmed the boy down. Yes, I understand, I haven't seen you. The boy said with a smile. And how are everyone else doing? I would like to meet Amy and Sasuke again, they have become my friends. The boy asked with a smile, which made Naruto sad. He also wanted to see them all. They're fine, Amy and Sasuke recently became chunin. Inari was delighted by these words. He also wanted to become very strong, and this gave him even more motivation. Wow, I'll be very strong when I grow up too. Okay, I'll go to my room, I'm very tired. The boy said goodbye to everyone and went to his room. He wanted to go to bed early. The guy just looked out the window after hearing these words and thought, how are they all doing there? Konoha. Konoha was illuminated by a beautiful sunset. All this was observed by the girl who sat on the Hokage's faces. She sits here every day and remembers him, but she had to go home and find her brother. These two little devils always disappear at the training ground. After this incident, the children began to train even more. Polygon number 7. On the training ground, only explosions and names of techniques were heard. Amy and Sasuke were practicing teamwork and new techniques. They could not concentrate on their work. Their heads were filled only with Naruto's action, or rather, why did he do this? This affected Amy the most, since she is more hot-tempered, and Sasuke only watched her anger and misunderstanding towards her brother. Why did he do that? I don't understand what he wanted to tell us all. The girl said angrily, breaking another tree with rasengan. I don't know, I think there were some reasons for it. I asked my sister, she doesn't know anything either, or she just doesn't want to talk about it. The guy tried to calm the angry girl down somehow. They're all silent, my father simply ignores me. Do they think we are too young to know all this? The girl shouted even louder at her friend. Calm down, everything will be fine. He is not a fool and knows what he is doing. The guy came up and hugged the girl, which calmed Amy down and blushed like a tomato. She hugged him back, and she was very pleased, but there were a couple more eyes watching all this. Ahem. Hey, lovebirds, sorry to interrupt you, but it's time to go home. The older Uchiha said with a smile, from which the two blushed like tomatoes and looked at the floor. Yes, we're already on our way, Sasuke said hesitantly, after which they went home together. Itachi's sister, do you know why your brother did all this? The red-haired girl said hopefully, she was very interested. And Sasuke only pricked up his ears to hear everything. I can't say anything, because I don't know myself, but I know only one thing, he's not an idiot. I think the Hokage knows more, but he doesn't say anything. Itachi tried to speak as plausibly as possible. Okay, I hope he'll be okay, the girl said sadly, not very happy with the girl's answer. Don't worry, he is the strongest in Konoha, only the 4th Hokage can compete with him. The girl said with a smile, which immediately made the two kids cheer up. I hope so, the girl thought, and looked at the beautiful sunset, which would soon end. End of chapter 14. Commentary on chapter 14. The apostate hello smiley face. Yes, I know, I am a bad person. You achieved your goal, and I decided to finish the FF. A lot of people wrote to me in private messages, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. I'll say right away the chapters will be released as soon as possible. There will be no stability. And also, I might be stupid somewhere, since I've already forgotten what I wrote in the previous chapters, or rather some subtleties. Chapter 15. What's next? Chapter 15. Darkness, boundless darkness all around. It filled all the spaces. There was only one source of light. In the center stood a guy, turning his head in all directions. In the distance, there was no edge visible in this emptiness. The sun in the sky had disappeared without a trace, only from the guy, white light emanated, allowing him to see. The guy just walked forward, as if he was being pulled by himself. He only walked forward, but there were no changes. I don't understand, where am I? The guy's voice echoed, from which everything in the area began to change the territory. A huge forest appeared, and in the middle of the forest there was a clearing. In the center of the clearing there were 3 wooden poles. Near it was a river, only the color was like resin. The guy recognized this clearing. He looked at everything that was in the area. This is polygon number 7, what's happening to me? Brother, help me. A familiar voice was heard from behind the boy. When he turned his head, he saw his younger sister and brother. The boy's face showed only shock. The girl was covered in blood and wounds. The boy stood without one arm, and without eyes. The boy could not say a word, as if he was being shackled. Having calmed down, the boy could only say, "Amy, Sasuke, what happened?" The guy wanted to run to their aid, but they suddenly disappeared, and everything in the area began to change its structure again. Now the guy stood on the faces of the Hokage. Before his eyes, there was a huge village, but without a single living soul. In the sky, a huge sun was shining, only it was all black. What the hell? Where am I? Behind the guy, he heard crying. Someone was crying very hard. Turning his head, the guy saw his other half in blood. She was crying not with tears, but with blood. From what he saw, the guy began to run to help the girl, but she kept moving away from him, and moving away. Itachi, what happened? Stop. The guy's scream stopped everything. Again a boundless void. A girl appeared out of nowhere. She was all wounded and without eyes. Behind the girl appeared all his friends and close people. They were all covered in blood, and with fatal wounds. People stood and stared at the guy, some with eyes, and some without them. Why didn't you save us? From these words the boy fell to his knees, holding his head. The boy's head began to hurt. In his head it was repeated many times, and very loudly. As if he was being hit on the head with all his might. He could no longer stand it, and could only shout. Stop it! Stop it! The guy shouted very loudly. Naruto, wake up! Another voice shouted in the boy's head. The brunette jumped up from the bed. His pulse was racing, and cold sweat appeared on his body. He looked around and saw his temporary room. A surprised little fox was watching his reaction. He was sitting on the bed and looking at the guy. Naruto sat like that for a couple more minutes, digesting the information. So it was a dream, the brunette said, covering his face with his hands, which made the fox immediately understand everything. Are you having nightmares? It's completely normal. You haven't slept for 3 days, and a lot has happened, Kurama rattled off calmly. He understood what the guy was feeling. Everything happened as if it were real. I saw how they all. The guy didn't have time to finish, as his best friend interrupted him. You don't need to tell me everything, it's just a dream. Go to the bathroom and freshen up, then we'll talk about future plans, said the red rug, after which it disappeared into a white haze. The guy didn't argue and went to the bathroom. He wanted to wash off the cold sweat. On the way to the bathroom, in his head there was only a picture from a dream. After water procedures, as if everything had disappeared by hand, he went back to his room. Naruto put on his usual shinobi clothes and sat down on the sofa. He thought in his head, come out. A normal-sized fox appeared nearby in the white smoke. Kurama had learned to change his size and move around the room without any problems. So, what did you want to talk about? The guy said, looking at the fox. Kurama just jumped onto the couch next to his Jinchuriki and said, what are you going to do next? I don't think you'll stay here any longer, the fox asked with interest, which made the guy think about the fox's words. I have fully recovered. I think there is no point in staying here. Besides, it is very dangerous with me. I don't want anyone to harm Tazuna and his family, the guy said in a calm voice. Kurama was satisfied with this answer. I understand, but where are you going to go now? Kurama asked with interest. He was interested to know all the plans of the brunette. I think I'll just be a mercenary while Akatsuki is looking for me, the guy said, getting out of bed. Besides, I need to become even more famous. Hee, where do you need more fame? You're already famous, Kurama said laughing, then added. When are you moving out? Right now, was all the guy said, because it was better not to delay. The guy collected all his things and was ready to leave, but he took a piece of paper and started writing. After that, he put the letter on the bed and jumped out of the window of the house. There was a joyful smile on his face, because there are people you can turn to for help. 5 minutes later, they knocked on the door, but no one answered. They knocked again, but this time opening the door and saying only, "I'm coming in." An ordinary old man entered the room. It was Tazuna. He looked at the room and did not find a guy in it, only noticing a piece of paper on the bed. The old man went to the bed and took the piece of paper, and began to read. "If you are reading this letter, then I have already left. Thank you for your hospitality, but I can no longer stay with you. Thank you for everything, goodbye. P.S. Burn this letter." After reading, the old man only said with a smile, "You're welcome." Akatsuki Base. There were many people standing in a dark room, all listening to only one. It was their leader in the organization. He was telling the further plan of action in a confident voice. "I need you to find Uchiha Naruto and invite him to our organization," the guy with piercings all over his face said in a firm voice. "But isn't he a Jinchuriki? We can just kill him." Orochimaru objected. He guessed what they needed the guy for, but decided to ask again. "He's very strong, and we need people now. And we'll take the nine-tailed one at the very end, when he's not expecting it," the guy said, which made everyone's questions disappear. "I think it's clear to everyone. I'm entrusting this task to Orochimaru and Kakazu." "Hi, Chief." Konoha. The sun was hot outside. People were doing their own thing. Shinobi were going on a new mission, and some were returning to their home village. After the murder of the elders, many things were changed. The most important was the move of the Uchiha clan to the center of Konoha, which made the entire clan very happy. They were no longer terrorized by the elders, which made things easier for the clan shinobi and the clan leader. Meanwhile, in the Hokage residence, a meeting was taking place. All the clan heads and elite junins were called to it. Everyone was interested in the reason for the meeting, but they could guess it. The organizer was the fourth Hokage himself. He was sitting at a huge table, folding his hands into a small house, thinking about something. Then he began his conversation. "Hello, I have gathered you on very serious matters. Since the elders were killed, new ones need to be appointed," Minato said in a serious tone. The guess of the clan heads was confirmed. After a pause, the blonde added, "And we must not postpone this matter, because the Hokage cannot make decisions on his own." The room was in chaos. Everyone started making their proposals for new elders. Only some Junin and clan heads sat silently and watched this circus. The Hokage got tired of it and hit the table with all his might, then said, "Quiet. I didn't give anyone my word. Besides, I propose a candidate. Fugaku Uchiha and Shikaku Nara." Minato said coldly, which quickly made everyone quiet. Everyone began to think about this turn of events. Everyone was quite happy with this arrangement, but there were those who did not want to see Fugaku in the ranks of elders. Fugaku himself was surprised. He was offered to become an elder, from which he just sat and did not move. "I'm against it. Why Fugaku? I think it would be possible to find a better candidate. I'm putting myself forward as a candidate." The middle-aged man shouted, his white eyes flashing at Fugaku with all his hatred. "Okay, who wants to see Hiashi Hyuga as the elder?" Minato asked in a calm voice. The shinobi began to discuss this proposal again. After which there were for several people. Compared to Fugaku, Hiashi was losing. Hyuga did not expect this. He just sat there biting his tongue. "I think we'll end here. Our new elders are Fugaku Uchiha and Shikaku Nara. Congratulations," the blonde shouted, after which everyone clapped. The newly elected elders were happy about this event, especially Fugaku, but he hid it under a mask of indifference. After everyone went about their business, Uchiha immediately went to the Hokage's office to find out, "Why me?" Hokage's office. Just returning from the meeting, the Hokage quickly began to do his hard work. His desk was once again covered in papers, causing Minato to curse his position in his heart. Someone knocked on the door, causing the blonde to turn his gaze to his guest. "What happened, Fugaku? I thought you went home to tell him the good news," Minato said smiling. He had known his friend for a long time, and understood perfectly well what was on his mind now. "I kind of wanted to ask. Why me? I think it would be possible to choose a better candidate," the man asked with confusion in his eyes. "Hey, you should thank Naruto. He demanded that you take this position. And your clan will be very pleased with your new position," Minato said smiling. He hadn't seen Fugaku surprised for a long time. So it was Naruto who vouched for me. I see. Thanks for the explanation. I think I'll go home, Fugaku said, even more surprised. After Uchiha left, the Hokage sighed heavily and thought about what was happening. Everything was getting better, there were no problems, but his soul was very lousy. In his head, there was only an image of the last conversation with his son. He turned around in his chair and looked out the window at the village, only saying, "Just don't die, son." Somewhere in the land of fire, a black-haired guy was running along the branches of a tree, moving through the forest at great speed. "Aku," the guy sneezed. "Looks like I caught a cold. I need to quickly find a hotel somewhere," the guy said, jumping over tree branches. When the guy ran out of the forest, an ordinary village appeared on the horizon. It was surrounded by a wooden fence, like a fortress. Naruto quickly ran to the only entrance. When he went inside, he saw an empty village. Only one old man was sitting near the house, looking at the sky. The guy calmly approached and began a dialogue. "Hello, could you tell me if there is a hotel around here?" The guy asked calmly. The old man didn't pay attention to him, continuing to look at the sky. "Hey, I'm talking to you, are you asleep?" Naruto said, waving his hand in front of the old man's face. "What do you want, stranger? Do you want me dead?" The old man turned his head towards the guy and said through his teeth. Naruto was very surprised, because he did not see anything ordinary in this old man, but his right eye. It was completely cut out and in a very crude way. "No, I don't need your death. Just what happened to you and where are all the residents?" The guy folded his arms across his chest. He already understood that there would be a very long conversation. "Hey, yesterday there were so many people here, and now it's empty. Some shinobi came to us and started killing everyone, only I miraculously survived, pretending to be dead when I was wounded," the old man said in one breath, then stood up and went to the center of the village. "And where did those shinobi go? Maybe there were some special features?" The guy asked with interest, walking right behind the old man. He wanted to help the old man get revenge. Ordinary shinobi, they didn't have the headbands of the village renegades. "So I don't know where they came from," the old man said, turning the corner of the street, and then they came out to the center of the village. When they came out, Naruto saw a huge pile of corpses and bloody footprints. It was as if they were lying in a bloody lake. Even such an experienced shinobi as Naruto was very shocked. If there were ordinary shinobi here, they would have definitely vomited. The tree that stood near the house was hung with people. Who? Why do this to ordinary people? The guy said in surprise. He was filled with anger. "I don't know, maybe they had some problems with our village chief. And they decided to take revenge on him," said the old man, then sat down on his knees and began to cry. "I had a son, and a grandson, but why did I survive?" The old man shouted to the whole village. "I will avenge everyone, old man, I give you my word as a ghost," the guy said, putting his hand on the old man's shoulder. The old man was surprised by the guy's words. "The word of the ghost. So you are the one," said the old man after turning back, but there was no one there. The black-haired man meanwhile began to run along the tracks of chakra. The shinobi's chakra was very noticeable. It was at least a squad of shinobi not lower than Junin. The attack was about 5 hours ago, so they could not have gone very far. A white haze appeared on the guy's shoulder, and a fox cub appeared from the haze. "Naruto, don't rush so much, I can feel their chakra. They're still 20 kilometers away, and they're not moving," Kurama said calmly, causing the brunette to slow down a bit. "I understand, thank you. Do you by any chance want to warm up?" the guy said with a smile. The fox was very interested. I like your offer, give me control," said the fox, after which he disappeared into smoke. When the guy ran to the source of chakra, he saw a camp set up. There were about 20 shinobi in the camp. Naruto couldn't understand where they were from, but his gaze fell on a sitting man who was giving everyone instructions. "Let's get ready quickly, I think you all had a great rest. With our loot, we can now live like rich people," shouted a man in dark clothes, after which everyone raised their hands and shouted in support. Naruto was sitting on a tree at the time and watching this. It made him even more angry. They killed so many people for money. He quickly jumped off the tree and calmly walked towards the crowd. They noticed him right away. He didn't hide his chakra anymore, and it's hard not to notice such a volume of chakra. Oh. You're just heroes, you're the first to kill ordinary people, but you're weak against your equals. Naruto shouted with great anger, releasing Kurama's ki. After the guy appeared, everyone was very surprised, especially their leader. He expected that someone would send Anbu after them, but it was hard to imagine that they would be tracked down by a renegade, and even by the ghost himself. The leader stood up and stepped forward and started the conversation. Naruto Uchiha himself, or ghost. We've heard a lot about you, and you still dare to tell us about murder. You killed the village elders yourself, the shinobi said sarcastically, which made the guy want to tear him to pieces even more. They deserved it, but those people didn't. Why kill innocent people? The guy shouted, already boiling, but calmed down in time. Those people were under the leadership of the head of the village, and he refused to pay us back the huge debts, so we decided to return everything that was ours, the man said, while all the shinobi began to go around Naruto to attack from all sides. But it would be possible not to kill people. Now I will kill, the guy said, after which his eyes changed to red with a vertical pupil. Kurama took control of the body, he wanted to play with them. But with the A-rank renegades, one had to be careful. The brunette created 5 clones, they ran at all the shinobi and scattered them in taijutsu. The weakest were immediately killed, they could not keep up with the brunette, and Kurama broke their necks or spines. No wonder everyone is afraid of you, but there are more of us. The leader shouted, then took the katana in his hands, covered it with lightning and ran towards Naruto. Naruto, that is Kurama, only snorted from such techniques, he was covered with a veil of chakra and became like a beast. This really amazed everyone, and some shinobi began to retreat back. Kurama's chakra is terrifying. Let's play, the guy said in a demonic voice, which made everyone even more horrified. They hadn't signed up to fight monsters. Some shinobi raised their tails and began to run away wherever they could, but Kurama deprived them of their heads at great speed. After which he ran towards the crowd with a loud roar. The shinobi were already preparing for death. But some held back the onslaught of the biju. Let's make a deal. We'll give you everything we stole. The leader shouted, causing everyone to nod their heads in agreement. No one wanted to die, so they decided to come to an agreement. Do you think I need your money? How naive you are, said the guy, in a demonic voice. This made everyone lose hope of survival. The fox began to form a small ball near his mouth. The shinobi looked at it and did not understand what he was doing. They had never seen anything like this before, and they had not fought a jinchuriki yet. Kurama finished forming the tailed beast bomb, and fired it into the crowd. After the shot, a huge explosion occurred. Everything within 100 meters was destroyed, and a huge crater was formed in the center. That's what you deserve, freaks, the fox said to himself, after which the bijuu's cloak disappeared from the boy's body. Kurama returned control to Naruto. Well done, Kurama, that's what they deserve, the guy said smiling, looking at the entire battlefield, then added, and you had a lot of fun here. While the guy was mentally talking to his best friend, someone quietly approached him. The guy felt his chakra, but he didn't know who it was. Behind the guy's back, all he could hear was, "Hello Uchiha Naruto, I see you're having a great time here." Commentary on Chapter 15. What's next? Why is FF frozen? Sorry, I can't write now because I sold my PC. And writing on a phone is suicide.